Konnichiwa, Guanmina Slimes. Hello, hello. Sorry for the lateness. Today has been a long day, and I hope I'm not getting sick, but we'll see. What is going on with chat? What have I missed? It seems like I missed a lot. What? A bunch of printer emojis. I think that's a printer. Or no, cat and box. Vladimir, hi. Plato rhymes with Cato, yeah. Sleepwalking, hello. I heard we're going to be reading Plato. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Oh, and what am I missing in Twitch chat? Because it's, oh, Desolate Bureau, hello. Spring King says, yippee. And Mr. Banthu's here. Hey, Mr. Banthu. Okay. Torlak says it's over and you missed it. No, we're so back. It's never been over. What are you talking about? Over? It's never been over. We've never been more back. Oh, okay. With that, how about we can yap for a bit, or we can get straight into geoguessing. Because I have a feeling that it seems the last time you guys really liked reading Plato, especially when I was doing different voices for each character. I forgot your song. I can do your song this time. Yap and guess? Okay, Desolate Mirror. You know, that makes sense. YouTube chat. How are we doing? I completely forgot to reload this. Woohoo! Yippee! Man, YouTube chat always cuts my greetings out, and the way they're way too long to redo. It's your boy Red. What up? A lot of support coming at you. Thanks, Red. Oh yeah, let's put a stream goal, shall we? And I'll sing a song. Oh, Justin, heyo! Mr. Bumpy says, yay. Okay. Need to, I have with me electrolytes because I've been afraid of losing my voice. But, I think it's because I've been yapping so much. And I do project. What's Plato about? You don't know Plato? Well, gamify me. Plato is essentially, probably like one of the most well-known Western philosophers as it currently stands. So he's known for popularizing Socrates as a character who is actually a predecessor to him and his teacher. But Socrates is a major character in a lot of his dialogues, which is what we're reading today. So Euthyphro is one of the famous dialogues, which kind of encompasses the trial and death of Socrates, which is hugely known and basis of philosophy, essentially. I hope that's a good primer for you. Socrates is famous for not writing anything down. He was like, oh, these damn kids and their fucking writing systems and Cocomelon. We learned everything through oral history back in my day. And so Plato was like, heard, I'm still writing this down. And so he wrote down the dialogues, which are extremely, extremely famous. Plato's the guy everyone's a footnote to. Perhaps that is an apt description. He's quite literally one of the foundations of, as we know, Western philosophy. And Socrates is so influential that everyone that came before him is known as pre-Socratic, which is hilarious to me because it's like a lot of people. But we just put so much importance on Socrates that we're like, actually, they're pre-Socratic, that's it. Socrates rescued him and the rest is history. Plato's the guy who's trapped in the cave. You know, actually apt description, although technically, if you look at the metaphor, it's Socrates leaving the cave. Rome did that shit. People were possessive as hell over their own literature. Yeah. Heard, thank you. Heard his name before, but that's helpful. Got you. Americans be like Plato. Referencing a Whitehead quote, everyone's actually a footnote to Spinoza. Oh. Makes sense. You know what? Actually, there are people that are worse than Spinoza on that front, I'll say that much. I didn't know that was a Whitehead quote. But, okay, we've yapped. I'm going to drink more of my electrolyte water and really hope that I'm not getting sick. I should get throat lozenges. Plato and Socrates. Yes, exactly. Thing is that literature back in Rome was expensive because you had to get someone to, like, you had to get a scribe to write it, right? So it was essentially for the patrician class, kind of. Not kind of. You had to be of some status to keep it in your library, and therefore it was a little difficult to keep track of it. But to even do so in the first place, you had to ask someone else who had the work that you wanted if you could borrow it, and then you would usually tell your scribe to write it down, which is why we've lost so many books throughout history. So many books. It's like a little aggravating, but you know, what can you do? Alas, what can you do? Yes, Socrates. Plato and Socrates. They didn't want anyone else reading their work in anything but their voice. Depends who you're talking about, because honestly there have been so many like iterations upon iterations when everything was still handwritten. Because you're forgetting, we didn't have printing presses back then. This was all by hand. Someone had this as a job. Control-C, Control-V. What does that mean in this context? But yeah. Oh, you mean... Wow, that flew over my head, yes. Literally, if only they could have Controlled-C and Controlled-V, we wouldn't have had the burning of the Library of Alexandria. But, you know, alas. We don't even fully know what was in there. We know books that were alluded to by other books mentioning them. And also we have quite a few, like, remnants of Greek tragedies, but we also know that we're missing so many of them. One of them that is actually still intact, which is my personal favorite, is the Oresteia. And if you haven't read it, or if you haven't heard a sort of, like, a dramatization of it, which I think there are some on YouTube, I would highly suggest it. It's how the Athenians got their judicial system, and I think it's fantastic because it's all about, like, inter-family dynamics, and it happens right after the Odyssey. If you've watched that movie, I haven't seen it yet, but if you've watched the Odyssey, it happens after Agamemnon gets back from the war. So, yeah, yippee! But, with that, Odyssey actually mentions the Oresteia. Oh, does it? Interesting. Like the movie? Virgil wanted his work destroyed upon his death. I'm glad they ignored his wishes. Yeah, honestly, what would we do without Virgil? Virgil is, like, fantastic. Ovid, sometimes, like, Ovid's still great. Virgil, there's a reason Dante wanted him leading through the Infernos. You know? We all kind of have a bit of a literary crush on Virgil. Have you heard about the books getting destroyed for AI learning? No, I haven't actually. Personally, I hate writing on paper. I can only imagine how much I'd have loved scribing on dried animal skin. It was actually an entire work like it was a working class, or not a working class job. It was like actually it was a well-paying job depending on what century and what region you were in. But there were a lot of people that had that as their job because a lot of the population was not literate. So, yeah. Including a lot of the monarchs in the aristocracy. Like, Cleopatra only knew how to sign her own name. Along with a lot of other monarchs. So, yeah. Wrote 5 pages of German words the other day. Oh, I can't say that last word. You guys know I can't pronounce German for the life of me. One of the companies doing it stopped after a story from 404 Media, but there are still a lot more. That's awful. An artisan profession. It was actually kind of more, I wouldn't even say bureaucratic, but like, it was definitely like yeah, maybe artisan might have been a good term for it, because it was like you were hiring someone to do a special work for you that only they could do. Um, the movie does, I mean. Okay, awesome. Nolan Odyssey looks shitty. Nolan is a bloodless Anglo reptile, dying of nothing. We cannot say such things. We cannot say such things. I'm excited to see it, honestly. Spinoza is literally me if I was a whimsical little Jewish boy, but I'm a schizo yank. What's a yank? Hulkzilla, hi! Hello. But, yeah, no. Spinoza literally got the Jewish form of excommunication, which is pretty hard to get. But Spinoza's just a spicy little guy like that, so what can you do? That's what happens when you ask too many questions. He also is the reason why Lacan became, allegedly Lacan became atheist, which is also very funny to me, because I'm just like, man, Spinoza was just out here doing the opposite, like, whatever the opposite of God's work is. But Spinoza's actually really good, seriously. Can I say if I'm a noob and not understanding all these words? Yes, of course, Gamify. I'm sorry if I'm being too dense right now. Please, the chat is yours, ask any questions. If I'm ever going, like, too much into the weeds. Oh, this ontological model is so bad in such small proportions. Boo! Boo! But yes, Gamify. If you have any questions, please let me know. 'Cause we can bring you through how, like, the way that philosophy works is it's essentially just a lot of, like, people quoting the person that came before them, or people that came before them. So it works like how archaeology does. It's like layer upon layer. And so we're starting at what we would consider, at least for Western philosophy, kind of like layer 1. There's like layer 0, and then there's like stuff before layer 0, which is like pre-Socratics. And then we talked about Socrates just now, who Plato is the learned from Socrates. So Socrates didn't write anything down. Plato wrote it down for him and used him regularly as a character in the dialogues. And then Aristotle learned from Plato. And then from then, Aristotle kind of like, well, between the both of them, because Socrates, Plato started the academy, in which a lot of philosophers came from. But the most famous two to come out of the academy have always been Plato and Aristotle. And then from there, everyone kind of builds off of that major framework. But philosophy encompasses a lot of things. Like, there are multiple branches of philosophy, like metaphysics and logic, and aesthetics. Then there's the philosophy of law, the philosophy of math, because math actually stemmed from philosophy. Pythagoras, like the Pythagorean theorem. Philosopher, he's actually a pre-Socratic. So he's layer 0, but it all just kind of ties in really nicely, because like philosophy, but in itself just means the study of, or not the study of, it means the love of wisdom. So philo, Sophia, philo meaning love, Sophia being wisdom, and it you want to steal my vibe? One. He, him pronouns. You know this. You've been here. We'll spit in my water if I hear you accidentally say Socrates one more time. I'm going to keep saying it like that. You know you cannot get me to pronounce anything the way that I do not want to pronounce it. My vote is for us to be layer 8 just because, hey, we're way past layer 8. I don't know how to tell you this. We're way past layer 8. The thinkery is better than the academy. Heraclit would be pre-Socratic. You mean Heraclitus? Yes. I imagine the academy just as a Greek diner with people shouting at each other the way line cooks do. You know, honestly, low-key, I would think kind of the same thing, but the way that the agora is described, I think it's more of just like, people were probably like, oh, but you don't understand, I know this better, and probably throwing like a few snide, witty remarks in there. Like, you know how they do like parliamentary debates, where it's like people kind of like, they go up and they're like, oh, but I know my opponent doesn't know this, and like they kind of say some like, you know, tongue-in-cheek shit. Yeah, like that. Sup, Duke? Hey, Sane Progressive, what's up? Didn't see the Odyssey because it looked bland like most modern films. I like those old sword and sandal movies. I still want to see it. I just haven't had time. Genuinely. Everyone's been telling me to go see it though. Sorry for misgendering you. I do not come here often. You're fine. You're fine. Just type !! male, and I don't feel like explaining it this round. I'll let the chat explain it to you. !male. Nah, I like it more like, I don't know what you just said, dying of nothing. There are those no stop motion skeletons. Yeah, the stop motion skeletons. ! But? But what? There we go, Gamify. Yes. Just don't ask about the key? What key? What key? But, with that, how about we get to some Geoguessr, yeah? And if we have any more questions, Gamify, listen. We're open books, and if, like, I'm kind of focused on stream, chat can also help you, because chat tends to know a lot as well. Oh, hell no. Ray, Harryhausen shit. No go. We also need Poseidon. Hey. Also, if you ask me why the bit continues, the bit has just been going on for months now. Was assigned he, him pronouns by chat months ago. Why? Unsure. But it's honestly, it's just gotten like kind of funny at this point. I shall think of a question, HD. Got you, HD. But essentially, we're starting at like the basic. The Platonic dialogues are usually what people start with when they're getting into philosophy. Thanks. Won't try to distract too much. You're good, Gamify. Welcome. Part of the lore, you're not in the bit if you're a tropical LARPer. What is a tropical LARPer? That's what I'm confused about. How do you LARP as tropical? How do you LARP as me? I'm concerned and confused. Am I still logged in? I should still be logged in, shouldn't I? Yes. Okay, let's make me a little bit smaller, shall we? I'm over here. Hi. Okay. House on stilts. It's giving the impression this area gets flooded a lot. Oh. And we have our first sign. Oh, fuck. I can't tell which one it is. What kind of weeb for Greek philosophy can't recognize or speak any Greek? Hey, me. Well, I guess I kind of can. I didn't mean to, though. I just kind of accidentally picked it up. Thailand? Are we sure? You know, that makes sense, actually. The house got them legs. Yep, stilts. You're right. I think you're correct. Dying of nothing. How did you know? That was so quick. But where? Where? Angkor Wat is in Cambodia? Cindy said, whoops. Yeah, no. Okay. You guys can backseat and help me out, because once again, this is where like my knowledge runs out. I like how these are just kind of blurred out right here. Isn't that beautiful? We don't know what they are. This bicycle wheel, a little blurred out. We don't know why, but it is. And then NR 76, so we said Cambodia. An area that gets probably a lot of rain. NR. What would NR stand for? National Road? Mm, 76, 76, 76. Are you guys saying a 76? Because I'm not. TypeScript on the sign, I thought. Could be near the border. True. True, true, true. Hello. $76. You know what I'm not going to say. That got too close to me saying the thing that I didn't want to say. '70s looks like top right? Okay, heard. Ooh, you are correct. 76. Let's check out what it looks like. We saw that sign. What was the sign for again with the Latin script on it? Is it over here? Haha. If I could see what that said, I could probably peep a currency, but I can't. I don't know what that... I can't read it. Yeah, that's a little bit too blurry. But that would have been a dead ringer for whatever the currency is here. They have Alexis? Dang. I went a little bit too far. Ah, Angkor. There's 76A? Well, I assume we're probably closer to here. Well, we can... do a little bit of a... the entirety of central Cambodia are floodplains. You almost said it. Cindy... I didn't know that, actually. Well, at the risk of not... I'm probably going to lose my streak, but... I don't want to be too pedantic, even though I usually am. Okay, just for the sake of being a little pedantic, let's put this in satellite mode. 76 is right here. And I just want to see how crowded these areas are. And maybe we can move a bit down the road and see what we find. 1976. Oh. So we must be at the start or the end. This little cow sign is so cute. Oh my god. This is adorable. Can we have more of these? I vote to have more of this. That's why Euthyphro wants to go on holiday there. Who the... Cow. Yes. Careful, cow. Do not disrupt cow. God forbid you disrupt cow. I'm gonna see whatever this thing is. Okay, so I'm going to... nope, can't read that. Cambodian flag spotted? Cambodian flag spotted? Oh, I can't see. Pretty sure, though. Damn Vixology. Come on. Why do flags have to, like, be... Why does it have to be windy for me to see what's going on here? Ah, no. Another way. I can't see. No, no. Well, I do listen to punk. I've never actually listened to Dead Kennedys. Neither have I, actually. Holy cow! Definitely Cambodia zombies. Heyo! Hoser says moo. Hey, Hoser. Sasquatch and cow crossing. Perhaps. Perhaps. In fact, I think that we might be close to perhaps the border. But, okay. If we're assuming that, because we saw marker 17, right? And from there, the roads split into 76A and another one. So I'm going to just assume that we are probably not terribly far from... There's no way that we're that close to the pagoda. The pagoda? Swag mode on! Yes, there we go. And in fact, there's only one way to find out. We need more trees? Yes, we need more trees. Although ore trees would be incredibly interesting. And we could do this for 17 miles, but do we want to? I don't think so. River. The speed limit is 60 kilometers. River. On the side somewhere. Well, we'd have seen more infrastructure here, wouldn't we? But I think we might be, like, more closer to here, if I were to guess. So we just took a turn. And it was quite a tough turn right there. Which I would assume if we can find little markers, little stoppy things, might incline us to say that we're there. But, I don't know. I'm not seeing any farming going on here, so I'm inclined to think that we're a little bit farther back, aren't we? Well, alas. We did pass by an elementary school, didn't we? If I were to guess where we started, I would say probably, I don't know. Hopefully we're here. I don't want to get too pedantic about it, but I don't know. Maybe. Do it. Click. 1980 song Holiday in Cambodia, tropical. Do you want to get muted for a while and play it? Oh, no, because then I also stream on YouTube and they hate me. Do they do miles or kilometers? I thought they did kilometers. Does anyone in chat know if they do kilometers or miles in Cambodia? I assumed kilometers, but I think there are very few countries that still use the imperial system. Okay, fingers crossed. Oh, 6K! Let's go! Yes! Ooh, we were by the other fucking... okay. I knew I was following good instincts by thinking it was the start of 76, because I saw the marker for 76. But it was the other end. Luckily, 76 isn't that long, at least as it relates to Cambodia. So we're 173.8 kilometers off. Oh, you can't see. Sorry. Oop. Soy Jack. Yeah. Hey! Here are you from? What a name. Yes, truly. I'm from the US of A. It's like I think it's like Vietnam and Sierra Leone. Is it? That'll get you a Soylent sponsorship? Soylent, hit me up. Soylent, I want that sponsorship. Hit me up. Hit me up. I got you. But, okay, with that, we didn't mess up my score too bad there. US of A. Yes, exactly. Fortunately, from there, but not living there. No way would Vietnam follow America and use miles. They were a colony of France, too. Wait, okay, can someone look up really quickly then what countries still use the imperial system as it relates to mileage and or kilometerage? Meterage? Why did I say kilometerage? Brain fart there. Okay. Ooh. Arabic script. Lexus. We're in a swanky area, I believe. Swanked up area, one might say. Truly swanky. And we're on Dijla Street. That's a very, very big tower right there. Or sorry, satellite. Where might we be? Oh, it literally said the name of the street right there. Liberia and Myanmar. Couldn't recall Liberia. Oh. Pretty sure Vietnam and SL are the only imperial standard nations. US and Liberia. Says us, wait. Myanmar too? Didn't know that. Middle East? Yeah, zombies. We're definitely in the Middle East. Arabic script? We're definitely also in a city too. But which city is the real question. It's quite beautiful. The trees are both coniferous and we have a few palms. So... Ooh, are those... I don't know. Those could have been persimmons for all I fucking know. This is... God, I wish I knew what cities looked like a little bit more in the Middle East. Amman... MR hairdresser. Ooh, what a beautiful building. Wait. No, that's not a freaking flag. I thought it was a flag! Satha Petra Hotel. Interesting. Interesting. And at least enough of a city where there's tourism that speaks English. Orange is not. It's only a flag. It was only a flag. Now she's calling it a crab, and it's all in my crab. Now he takes off her crab. Now let me go. 'Cause I just can't stop. It's killing me. Wait, no, is this a... Okay, I was like, wait, no, is this an embassy? Chat. It was definitely a flag. Jealousy, turning crabs into the sea, choking on crab lullabies. Da-da-da-da, alibis. But it's just the price I pay. Destiny is calling me. Sorry. Calling crabs. Open up my eager eyes. 'Cause I missed... What am I fucking looking at right now? Got too into singing for a second. 'Cause I'm Mr. Bright Crab. Ooh, but which city do we think we're in? I never... Wait, no. Yeah, no shit. Fucking Amon hairdresser. Duh. We should have known. We should have known. Do you want to see how close we can get to, Petra would be Jordan? No, we saw Amon earlier. We saw Amon. Look, Amon hairdresser. Or sorry, Amar. Oh, now I'm stupid, though. And misremembering. But it's just the price I pay. Destiny is calling crab. Open up my eager crabs. 'Cause I'm Mr. Bright Crab. I never... We must be close to the city center if we're getting the Ministry of Transport, right? Come on. Medical center. You know, now I don't know. Now I'm unsure. Yeah, I have the images of archaeological sites being blown up by various fundamentalist groups and linked it incorrectly. What? Wait, what did you link? Huh? How did that even happen? Amar from Amman. Look for restaurant. Crab, yes. Could I see a restaurant from here? We could really just call, because we might actually be in Petra, but because I did misremember that. But it's just the price I pay. Should be Amon IDK. Where IDK? Hey, I'm not Rainbolt here. Though Geoguessr has asked me if I am Rainbolt, which I take very seriously as a compliment. Thank you. Hey Elsauce, what's up? Half paying attention, and heard something about being blown up archaeological sites on LinkedIn. What? What? Petra, city from antiquity, archaeological sites being blown up. Syria, Petra is in Syria, but no, it's in Jordan. Huh. Crabby crab. Yep, exactly. I couldn't agree more. Crab, 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 crab. Okay, let's just do our guess. 7K! Ooh, we were quite close there. Look, I got called Rainbolt again. I'm not Rainbolt, man. We were pretty close there. I thought if we were by the Ministry of Transportation, we must have been close to. We were by the Ritz-Carlton. Probably we could have like not walked around more, but like zoomed around more to see. But yeah, could have zoomed around. Do you think the building that we passed was? No, it couldn't have been. Damn, Crab Talk think we want to go down to a Greek diner. Would love to play against Rainbolt. Hey, 69er, if you can play against Rainbolt, you're crazy. Cause I have chat helping me out here. That's the only reason I'm doing any good. But shall we continue to the next one? We got 3,903 kilometers. So I'd say that's pretty good. We got 27 last time though. So we know that we can do better. Perhaps my standards are too high though. I'm getting too close to be able to I'm flying too close to the sun. God, please don't be Russia. Okay, we're not in Russia. Arkan Zoo? Love to lose against him, but he would need a few rounds at least. God, please not France or Canada. I would be insta-sending real. The zoo has a dog and a bunny, lol. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. What a nice little area, though. So cute. Love to live in a place like this. Definitely city. Bike path. I don't want to say my guess out loud lest I sound like an idiot, so... Soder. I think I'm settling on my answer, but I really don't want to be stupid right now. Because everyone knows European countries like this, and I'm not one of them. I'm not one of those people that knows it like that. But Arkan was a hint. Scandinavian? Need to get some sunlight and trees? Yeah, same. Played it twice against a person on his level, no chance. I feel like everyone... Tabarnak, said Moose on the Loose. Exactly. Scandinavian. Would have guessed Denmark, no idea. Different European countries. Tongue is Swedish suffix for street. Sweden? Okay. Norway, Finland. Welcome back, Cool Cotton. If it's Swedish, then... Like, I'm not disbelieving that. Ooh, what a beautiful area. What incarnation? Absolutely gorgeous. See, this is where I don't know the metas about signs, which would have been a huge bonus. Oh, we are by... Hammarby. Anyone know where that is? We're in fucking Stockholm. We are in Stockholm. Okay, and we can do our little mental math from back there. District of a city. Yeah, no, we're in Stockholm. It says it right there. Hello, Sweden! I could tell by the fact there was a really tall pole that I was like, we're in fucking Sweden, aren't we? Or sorry, we're in Stockholm, aren't we? Last time, okay, so, wait, let's zoom out a little bit. Because I don't know my districts that well. Unsurprisingly. What did it say again? Hammarby? There's Hasselby. Boo! Boo! You didn't know Stockholm was so moist? Of course, it's literally like on the ocean. Or not ocean. Oh, isn't it? Yeah, I guess. Huh, I never thought about it like that, but North Iran or Persia, says Soul? Huh. I think you might be a few ways back. Ravine area, many small islands. Okay, true. True, true, true. And also we're by, this is a train station, isn't it? Crazy if you're thinking that. Ah, way to do that. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. Take me back. Here we have Stockholm. Skanstullshallen. Shallen. And then we have entrance to a subway station, which I believe was named somewhere. Okay, let's go. It loves just like zooming me so hard sometimes. I'm just like, whoa, we didn't need to go that fast, dude. Yeah, we're definitely in Stockholm. And Hammarby. Okay. Fucking, I don't know Stockholm like that. This would be a question for my dad. Södermalm, Hornsel, Tonto. You're gonna be looking at these little names all day. Not seeing any major highways or anything. We are by a station, though. That's Stockholm City. We can just keep following that, though, can't we? Well, no, these are above ground trains, aren't they? Solna. Ooh. And they'll just end right there. Vattenfall? Didn't we just see that? No, I think we're a bit too far. Or perhaps not. I'm not sure. I don't know. Anyone want to help out? Or else I'm just going to guess like the middle of Stockholm and call it a day. When we get this far up, it's still Stockholm? Yes, it's down Doshin Yao, right beside Baltimore Yao. Skanstullshallen, I think. What is an IP? That your guess is as good as mine. I'd guess the Sikla area because it sounds like a sick place, lol. Sick! Yeah, it's sick here. There's uplands. I'm still surprised that this is still considered a... No, we must be out of... Uppsala? Damn, we're still in Stockholm County, but I'm going to assume that we must be like freaking we're peak city here. We're peak city. The buildings were too nice, you know? So I'm gonna we probably passed by a major road and had no idea. Oh no, I don't know where to guess, and I hate being wrong when we have this many signs everywhere. Ooh, I hate that. Whatever. Okay, fine. We're guessing like right here and calling it a day. Alright, chat? Alright, are we cool with that? North Iran is beautiful? I've heard. I've wanted to visit, but obviously now it's not a great time to. And I wonder when it will be. Go a little left of the center? Okay. Like you're saying here? You know, that would make sense. Yeah, no. As for scrolling up, just visited family in Gothenburg. Oh, nice. Okay. We can do that. Guessing 7K! Oh! Zombies. I was more correct. Damn it, we would have gotten a better score. It's not like we got a bad score, but frick. No. We're at 4,075 meters. Do you have an A in geography? No. Gothenburg? Yes. It's quite a nice area. I do want to look around really quickly, though. If you guys would allow me to do so. Quite cute. We were by Black. And, okay. So where did we head to that I saw? The train station. Bar ninja. Ha 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 ha. Anyway. Mr. Bombthrough, I wasn't 4 kilometers off. Or wait, no, I was 4 kilometers off. Still, it hurts. Found an Asmongold emote. I didn't even know this existed. Isn't it? Can't believe that goof is like a mortal insult among Ontarians. You goof? I think it's more Nova Scotian. Let's go on the Thai boat. Wonder how good a Thai restaurant would be. Sweet, my guess was closer. My guess was closer. It's okay. I'm not mad. Oh, no, don't need, bleh, I can't speak. No need to apologize, zombies. Okay. So, wait, how many was that just now? We did 3. We did Cambodia, we did Jordan, and then we just did, Sweden. No? So we finished with Geoguessr. We've warmed up our brains. We've ascended, in fact. Says, what is that? Geoguessr. And we just geoguessed, and I got a pretty good guess here. Ooh. We were in Stockholm. And we're only about 4 kilometers off from where we were supposed to guess, but we guessed Stockholm pretty quickly. But Geoguessr. Hey Trop, can I ask you for some advice? As long as you do not assume it's from a professional source. You can ask advice, though. That right there is a winner. Thank you, Gamify. Appreciate you. Grew up around Maritimers, they don't say goof, they say stun. Never heard anyone say stun. Huh. I know a few Nova Scotians. But any advice I give is definitely not that of a professional. Therefore, you may ask for advice, but it might not be relevant to you. I'm going to put that as a disclaimer. Oh, and let me change the stuff for chat too, because I don't want to confuse anyone who's here for Geoguessr, because you guys are awesome, and I love hanging out and doing Geoguessr, but alas, I must stick to the actual category, which is, I guess, just chatting. Kind of sick of their salty seawater brain shit these days. Dying of nothing. I think you're interacting with too many people that are perhaps dampening your mood. Okay, I got you. So I'm 30 and I just moved to my own place, no roommates for the first time, and I'm struggling with boredom. Just kind of hit me that I don't have a ton of friends set up on a Friday night. Hey, listen. Well, you just moved into your own place. Honestly, it's just a matter of getting outside, and if you have people that are in your area that you do know, just hit them up, genuinely. I find that when I just am, like, at a loss of, like, what to do, just sending out a random message to a bunch of people and then immediately regretting it when I get a lot of responses back, and I'm like, wait, shit, I didn't mean to do all of this, you're gonna find out that a lot of people do just want to hang out with you. Dying of nothing, you need better company. If you're hanging around these people that put you into this mood, you need better company. But, what? How about we spend about, like, 15 minutes yapping, and then we start with the reading, yeah? And I'll get into my character voices. I'm thinking, well, no, I'll surprise you. I'll surprise you with the character voices. I guess I'll send out an SOS. Yeah, just hit up people and say, like, oh, hey, what are you up to this evening? Or, like, hey, what's going on in the area? Oh, with Northern Iran, they'd have loved some external support from their drive for self-determination recently. U.S., as usual, voiced support and then practically sold them out to Turkey. Turkey. I don't know what you're into, but do you like sports or specific sports? I think there would be a team nearby which would help you. True. Thinking of one person in particular, a comrade's partner. She's from Halifax, but her whole personality is being Daria, and I'm sick of it. Hey, sometimes when you keep bad company, like, and I'm saying bad in the sense of, like just company that is not the best for your own mental, it does bleed into your other parts of your life. And I would know. I'm definitely someone who has spent a lot of time around people that end up draining my energy more than I expect, and then it's never their fault, really. It's more of just, like, how they are, and perhaps they have their own things that they're going through, but it does drain me, and then I find that bleeds out into my interactions with other people, and it makes me significantly less pleasant. Energy vampires? Well, that would mean that they get energy from you, but they probably just are at about the same level of energy. They're just very low energy, depending on the person. But yeah, no, just try to, if you find that you're being, if you're constant, if your relationship, which is also like the platonic kind of relationship, like your friendship, is draining you in a certain sense, get some space. Talk to some other people and like expand the friend group a little bit. Yeah, I've dipped out of hanging with them pretty much entirely by now. He's also been on my nerves. Who's also been up? Is someone else you mentioned? Oh. Unsure, but yeah. Listen. Hey, you're by yourself on a Friday night? You can always come here to the stream and watch me do some goofy philosophy. I mean, I ditch all of my plans for you guys, so. Well, not that I make any plans on a Friday because I know that I'm streaming. Oh, Friday. You elude me. The comrade whose partner I was speaking of. Oh, heard. Surprise narration voice today should be a Russian doing a Jamaican accent. How does a Russian do a Jamaican accent? Would it be in, I would be speaking in Russian, like, but with a Jamaican accent? Or Russian doing an impression of patois? How would that work? What do you think of doing boy lol? Such a shame. I used to go out all the time when I was younger. I have no, like, want to go out. It's exhausting. To be fair, look up Stas Beretsky. He seems like a good starting point. What are you referring to? What do you think? What do you think doing boy lol? Wait, did I read that wrong? Hello, wagwan, kinichi wagwan, mina slimes. They don't? Who doesn't? For Russian-speaking patois. Oh, okay. More you know. I used to go out a lot, too. I think, definitely growing up in a party city takes it out of you. You don't wanna deal with parties anymore. I think I actually just genuinely enjoy being around my friends. I meant to say, what do you think I'm doing here? Yeah, and like, there's nothing wrong with kind of just forcing yourself out into a situation that you think you're not gonna like the vibe of, because humans are very fun and malleable like that. You can kind of just think that you're not gonna have fun, then realize like, oh, wait, I actually enjoyed like this interaction a lot, or like this thing I wasn't expecting to like a lot, I actually really liked. So I don't know, humans are weird little malleable creatures. But sometimes you just gotta take the first step and reach out to someone and be like, hey, like, what's going on? And they'll be like, oh, this is going on. Like, you should come. But British beer can is the same as Jamaican bacon. Beer can? Yeah, kinda. Beer can. I can't do I can't speak patois very well. Don't ask me. Rarely went clubbing, but went to practically every rave I could from 18 to 30. Honestly, I've been to quite a few raves, and I've been to quite a few clubs. I think I enjoy raves better because usually when you're raving, you get like your group of friends going, and you guys just kind of like, it doesn't matter. You're just there and you're having fun with your buds. But clubbing is like, it feels like it's a lot more ostentatious. It takes so much effort to go out and party. I'm realizing the effort is necessary now that I'm getting older. Yeah. And also, I think as people start to settle down, perhaps, because also I think there's a beauty in having like nice sit downs or like movie nights with your friends. Because I actually used to host those quite often. especially back during the like post-quarantine days. And like there's nothing like having a bunch of people over that like you just kind of invite over and you just all, because I had a projector at the time and a really big blank wall, and I would just have a bunch of people over, and I'd be like, okay, the movie is this, and I'd totally guess something off the top of my head, or like if someone had a recommendation, I'd go with that. But if you have your own place, you can be the host, you know? Ostentatious is such an ostentatious word. You got me there, Torlak. You got me there. Movie nights with friends are so good, yeah. It's a cynical way of thinking at the problem, but look at how sharply rates of elderly loneliness are rising. Would you want that to be you? Which part are you referring to? Never went raving, but I think it's more of a US-Canadian thing than a European thing. 69er, Berlin! What do you mean? Also, a lot of stuff I hear in Amsterdam. Also, I hear a lot of stuff just generally as it relates to rave. I've been invited to raves in Europe despite being North American. Berlin is special? Okay, we'll give it a pass. But yeah. What? Raving is more of a European thing than a US-Canadian thing. I agree with that. The more European the city, honestly, like when I think of Montreal, raves everywhere. No matter what day of the week. I mean, in terms of making the effort to connect to people, acting out of fear is never optimal, but the risks are undeniable. Hey, I mean, the risks are undeniable. What do you mean by the risks? But also, yeah, connecting to people, you should always have homies. Getting older has seen me looking forward to the early bird specials at IHOP with coffee or a mimosa in the morning. Ugh, mimosa in the morning is a little too much for me. I'm not a huge drinker, or I'm not really a drinker at all. But, yeah, no. Early bird specials? Have I had an early bird special? I don't think so. You got this, bud. Thank you, game. What? Never saw a rave nearby. Never heard of someone who went to a rave. You should look on Resident Advisor. That is an app or a website. It's a website. And just check what's in your area. You never know, but there's quite a few things usually. I mean, the risk of being part of a statistically expanding category of highly isolated, lonely, elderly people, and the associated health risks of loneliness in old age. Yes, that is true. And I think there's also this whole, we have a very, like, it's culturally ingrained that we kind of, like, excise our elder family members. When, like, that's a bit of a concerning thing. And I don't really like living alone, if I'm gonna be honest. And if I had the option to, I'd probably live with a grandparent. Or, like, and I think that would probably help them, too. Because it's just, it's a very symbiotic relationship, usually, depending on the grandparent and what relationship you have. I would say that for mine, I have mostly really positive ones. But, yeah, like, I think, if I were to live with family members, it would probably be older family members. And, like, there's a symbiosis there, you know? I still really enjoy raves, but I can't handle the anxiety of being in the same room with thousands of unmasked people. I've gone to full N100 masks and such. But I haven't been able to build up the fitness to dance as much as I want with one on. That is pretty intense, honestly. I'd love to live with my grandma, but she lives in Edmonton. Woo, that's pretty far. But honestly, you can always just visit, too. That is a good thing to do. Maybe it's considered like a party in Germany, not a rave. Hey, it probably is, actually. We'd call that a rave over here, because everything on Resident Advisor is a rave. Because if it's a party, then it might be more like you know everyone there. Why don't you have raves like we do in Germany? See, that's my really poor German accent, and I'm never going to do it again. I'm so sorry to all Germans in chat. But yeah, no, Sandy, you were brave for going to a rave with that mask on. That's crazy. I live in the same house as my parents to take care of them, and I have 2 roomies, one from India, one from Iran. 2 students live in the basement, full house. That is a full house, Mr. Bonthu. Wow. Sheesh. That is a full house. Yeah, no, I think probably if I had the option to, I'd live with like extended family, because my house is pretty like filled with people. You live in a sitcom? Hey, you know what? That's how you build relationships. It's called Full House. Dying of nothing. We're thinking on the same plane. Teach you German, at least some pronunciations? Hey. We'll get to it. German is not as high on the list as probably some other languages that I probably should learn. Like, probably Greek. Considering how much Greek stuff I'm reading lately. But also, I've had German on the list, and I should probably, like, finish learning Japanese. But, yes. Okay. Greek is overrated? Perhaps. I can jog for an hour with a mask on. Woo, but dancing to music is variable. The bursts wear me out way more than the steady state of jogging. Real and true. I will say, at a rave, I haven't done it before with a mask on, because I feel like I would automatically be like, oh man, I need to take this mask off, I'm dancing. But also, when I go dancing, I dance way too hard. So, like, you can't control me. I'm a beast on the dance floor. No one can stop me. But that has the consequence of being, like, I wear myself out super quickly, so if I was wearing a mask, I'd be like, I need to take this off, I need to dance. But my mind is a rave, full of techno in a bunker with lots of alk and other things. Never had that in my life. If you type !brain, you'll hear what my brain sounds like constantly. Probably end up leaning German, just keep reading Hegel like a schizo. Dude, don't read Hegel for fun. Tropical Duke. Bueno, hello. If you need help, hit me up on Discord. Yeah, Germans unite. But, okay. Man, I wish I had snacks. I want snacks today. Do I have any snacks? Yes, that is what my brain sounds like. I don't have fun, I don't do shit. Dying of nothing? That might be why you're dying of nothing. You're not doing anything. Yeah, people used to go to raves in cyberpunk gear, which often included biological protection and gear masks. Oh, yeah, no. Honestly, I have been to those. I just didn't wear a mask. YouTube chat, how are we doing? You guys are strangely quiet. Earl sweatshirt reference goes unnoticed. Oh, was that an Earl sweatshirt reference? No! Now I feel dumb! Young Rihanna? Where? Doing things is just a chasing after the wind. Fair enough. Anyone else eat chicken and biscuit snacks? Nah, I'm good, lol. Fair enough. Okay. Went to so much clubs, and I think psytrance parties in my youth, but I don't think I want that anymore. Honestly, fair enough. I think for the most part now, when I go dancing, I either want to know absolutely no one, or I want to know everyone there. But for the most part, I like it better when I go to a rave and I don't know anyone, so I can just like dance and not think about it. Or like, I want one friend with me that I know can also dance. Listen to music and dance at home? Yeah, I love doing that. I do that probably every day. It does get to be a lot, yes. Think in general festivals are more fun than a rave? It depends. I've been to really big festivals before, and like they are really fun, but the planning, I think I like them both for different reasons, because you get to plan outfits for festivals, you get to plan a group that you're going with, you get to plan like more stuff in advance, as opposed to a rave where it's just like very off the cuff, and you gotta scrounge together all the little things that you need, and you're like, this outfit, doing this, we're going here, we need to figure out how to get to this place that is actually underneath a bridge on the way to an island, and like just stuff like that, very goofy. How about a trans guy just for the fellas? So true. I was often the designated caretaker. I can't handle much booze or drugs, and I really love being around other people. Cindy, same hat. But never been to a rave, too scary. Gamify, you would honestly probably like, okay, there are very small raves that you can go to. And genuinely, they're like really chill. I say that it's like, it's usually just like a few people dancing. And people just really want to be there to have fun. So no one's really going to try to be mean to you. They're going to just be like, oh, I hope you're having fun. Are you not having fun? Let's have fun. Like, it's really, you would be surprised. Bueno says, teehee. Teehee. But, okay, how about this? How about this? How about this? Give me 5 seconds to grab a snack. And also get more electrolytes, because I feel my voice giving out a little bit, and we haven't even started reading yet. And also, it's the polycule version of a rave. Radical acceptance, no matter how little you bathe. Oh God, you're kind of right though. Find the genre of music you like. Find an event, rock up. Yeah, true. Cindy, very true. Very, very good advice. Dance if you want to. Some of the best raves I've been to have been fewer than 100 people. Some of the best raves I've been to have been like probably 50 people. Sometimes even less. Like, I've been to some really, really underground illegal raves, and like I've had so much fun. There was this one that I went to in Montreal actually that was underneath a bridge that a friend invited me to around Halloween. So it was like a little spooky. So I dressed in like somewhat goth attire. MC Bong, heyo! But I dressed in like somewhat goth attire, and I just had so much fun that night. And it was an illegal rave. So the cops came and I was expecting like some sort of crazy happenings because I'm used to American cops. But like they just came and they were like, okay, pack it up. Do you need help putting away the DJ set? And I was like, they're so nice. What the heck? The cops here are so nice. So funny how every third poly guy is literally just Pigpen from Charlie Brown. Oh, that's just because of the city that you're in. Just a question, is at some US festival everyone drunk like in Europe? Yes. 69er, yes, they are. Exclamation point snack? Yeah, I wish I had a snack. Missed Wednesday's stream due to the fact that I was at the movie theater watching the new Spider-Man movie. Is it out already? No way. I need to see that. Not gonna lie, best Spider-Man movie since Spider-Man 2 from Tobey. No way. No way. Okay. Give me 1 second. I haven't seen the trailer even. But give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab a snack really quick. And I'll leave you guys with the torture today. You guys get the punishment for while I'm gone. Yes, there we go. I know this is exactly what you wanted, Chad. Don't worry. I could read your mind. You wanted to look at this instead of me. And let me also put on some beautiful music. I can put on a Zolly for you, actually. When smoking banned in clubs and stuff, I absolutely hated it while I was, something blocked by the smell of secondhand smoke. What? What? Okay. I'm going to put it on loop or something. I should have put more thought into how I was gonna do this first. Whoops. What's a banger movie? Austin Powers? I've never seen Austin Powers, actually, which I think is quite shameful. Okay, let me take the punishment off the screen for a second. Just a second. Oop. Bailington, thank you for rating with the 9 viewers. Hey. Hi, everyone. Everyone is just saying, okay. Okay. Really love the first one. Haven't seen it. Or no, I have seen it. I lied. Okay. Is that too loud? Might be a little too loud. Ooh. Bailington, have a good stream. Thank you for the random raid. Appreciate you. But, okay. Guys, we're getting AES in Michigan. What? He's been very inappropriate in the gym locker room and clogging up the shower drains. Dying of nothing, you're going to get me in trouble on Twitch. You need to be more careful. One of my favorite songs from movie, Daddy Wasn't There. What? What are you all talking about? Behave yourselves. Behave yourselves. Behave yourselves. But, okay. I'm going to grab more, electrolytes. Listen to it, please. Perhaps I will. But for now, you guys are gonna have this playing as I punish you really briefly, and grab some stuff so that I don't like die while reading in my different accents for you to keep it interesting. We already finished our rounds of Geoguessr, so we're gonna keep it going. Lol just brought it back. It's from the Austin Powers, the second one. Oh, I still haven't watched Austin. You guys know that I haven't seen Austin Powers, but okay, I will be, right back. Ha 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 ha. I know how to do this properly. I swear. And we are so back. I totally didn't forget to mute myself or unmute myself. I know, I was muted. I'm sorry. Oh, wait, I forgot something. My phone is dead. Whoops. Bye. Jump scare! Oh, sorry. Thank you for the follow, Madam Rat King. Oh, what a nice name. I love that. Sorry for the jump scare. Like the stream? Oh, yes, thank you for reminding me to do that. Sorry for the jump scare. Sorry. I had to do it. I did forget the snack, actually. Well, no, I brought unnamed brand, because they don't sponsor me, rice cakes. Because they don't hurt my internal organs. But also, obsession vibes, LMAO? Is that an obsession thing? Jumps, yes. Hee hee. Jumps. Yeah, I am the chosen one. Oh no, I have sensitive insides. I have ulcerative colitis, which means that I get ulcers in my colon, especially when I'm stressed out. It doesn't send me to the hospital usually, but there are times where I will get a flare-up and I can't, like, have anything too crazy. That's a bummer? Yeah. What can you do? Such is life. Been soy faced enough yet? I've done all the soy facing. You don't know how much soy facing I've done. Soylent is the only thing that keeps me out of the hospital sometimes. I actually had some Soylent today. I had food today, and some of it was Soylent. Soylent, sponsor me! Sponsor me! About sponsors, have you sent the Soylent sponsor email yet? No. You should send the email for me so that you can harass them and be like, you should really sponsor this person. All they do is talk about how great your products are. Because it does actually keep me out of the hospital. I'm not a doctor, so this is not medical advice, but like it does keep me personally out of the hospital. Have IBS and CFS syndrome for nearly 4 years, and yeah, I'm not interested in viral infection doing that to me ever again. Yes. Yeah. Cindy, same hat. I think it worked over Amazon Prime and everyone could jump in at the same time. Wait, what? Bro, chill out with that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you guys that badly. Did I scare you guys that badly? Oh, you guys were yapping a lot while I was gone. What the heck? What did I miss? If you really had to talk about them for free, why would they pay you? Fine, then I will never mention brand name again. Literally a chance to do the soy face thing and you didn't. Are we happy with that? Are we happy with that? Is this what you wanted? Alex? Alex being the name of chat? Is this what you wanted, Alex? Not Euthyphro? You didn't want Euthyphro? So I have what everything is right here. But now you can't see that too well, can you? We want one of your accents to be Cajun, by the way. I can't do a Cajun accent. I don't know how to do that. Peach Tea Lingo says, emoji, it's a little sheep, or cat. It's a cat with a Santa hat. Very cute. Thank you. Brand name by Mac Miller. Real. Can you pronounce that name again? Elvin Soyface. I hope that doesn't awaken something in me. I hope it doesn't either. Had some giggles for me as a European. What about SoCal, like a surfer? Oh, I could do that. Dying of nothing. You bring good points. That would be really funny for Euthyphro as well, too. Listen to the latest song, Brand New Channels, by Slater. Great song. Perhaps I will. YouTube chat, how are we doing? Oh, hey Fractal Polygon, what's up? Sponsored : yes, exactly. Now I will not mention a brand name unless they sponsor me. Swinging by for a bit, can't stick around too long, totally cool. Thanks for even checking in. Are you vegan? No, I'm not. They call him Mr. Soylent, that's what they call me, Mr. Soylent. You may also call me Professor Soylent, but I keep it pretty cash here. Music stream? Who else watched Drumeo? They have some cool videos. I have not. You have a mole on your chin, just like my girlfriend. I feel like a lot of people have moles on their chins. Patois. It's spelled P-A-T-O-I-S. Patois. It's like spoken abbreviated text messaging, Jamaican Creole gibberish. No, it's actually just it is a type of, so there can be a patois of a language, but also patois itself is Jamaican specifically. Creole is Haitian, so. Very good. The Duke learns fast. Do I? Euthyphro needs a Scouse accent. That would be a deep cut. I don't know if I could do a Scouse accent the entire time. Duke Soylent. No, Duke Tropical. Dying of nothing. Listen. He, him. We cannot forget the bit. If we let the bit die, then what happens? Don't get me wrong. Not that I judge it, but it sounds so funny to me, like when people pronounce European names like an English name. Yeah, he, yes. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Bonthu. That's right. He's an Italophobe. Wouldn't that be called something else? Euthyphro? Yes. Euthyphro, who is a diviner priest, and not much else is known about him. At least not from the context that we're given in this Socratic dialogue. If you have any questions, by the way, Gamify, got you. You won't celebrate Italian culture? What? In Toronto, all we do is celebrate Italian culture, and Portuguese culture, and a lot of other cultures. All the cultures, in fact. So, listen. I love Italian culture. Shit's banger. Except when they do the fascism. Not banger, but yeah. Patois is sort of what the French call, called the AAV equivalent of French. I think you're thinking of Creole. And also, Creole's its own language as well. Creole. There's nothing besides the bit. I only exist in bits and pieces. Can't, celebrate... Oh! Tuxedo Mask! Thank you!
Hey, Trop. Good to stream you.
Good to stream you, too. I don't know. Thank you. It gets a heart. Also, for those of you that don't know, this is how I kind of, I've become a full-time creator. Therefore, this, oh wait, I need to update the stream goal on chat. Oh no, I lied. As I'm doing that, this is my full-time job now. So every single, bit or, text to speech or whatever, what have you, subs, they all go to helping me pay my rent, which is really, really helpful, and it helps more than like words can explain. So thank you to everyone who's supported me thus far. Thank you to everyone who's liked the video. Thank you to everyone who's sent bits or subscribed or whatever, what have you. You guys are awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I will update with a new goal. Okay, chat's reloading. I don't really celebrate Portuguese culture. They colonized my country, but their cuisine is fire. True, true. I just have a question about the text and screen in the background. Socrates is Greek, and it got translated from Greek to Latin to English, I guess. Yeah. What makes you say that? I just noticed because I had Greek and Latin in school. Which translation is this? Please don't say Groob. Would you be mad at me if I said I didn't know? David Horan. And it's from 2025. Have you set up the stream so goal increases as soon as it's reached? Would recommend. I haven't set up like that. Give him monies now. If you guys can spare anything, it goes into give the video a like. Also, yes, thank you, Sleepwalking. Thank you guys. Yes. It all goes into me actually being able to do more videos, which I'm almost done with the script for the next video, which is crazy. I'm moving a lot faster now, which I'm really happy about. And honestly, that's because of you guys. So thank you. Like, genuinely thank you. I was not expecting to be able to work this quickly on these things, and I didn't realize just how much I could actually allocate to getting everything done. So next video is possibly on a topic that maybe you might know what topic we're covering next. But oh, thank you for the cheers. Oh, thank you. Usual dono is 100, but I'm overclocking this one. We're able to record with the old ass rented TVs. I have a friend who has them, and I was able to record that part because they let me borrow it. I had to set up so it was like a super old TV. And I had to essentially put a black tablecloth over it, and I had my camera, and I had to adjust all the settings, and it wasn't as nice as I wanted it to be because I realized after looking at the footage on my laptop, it was slightly out of focus, which made me so upset in hindsight, but okay, this is just me being a perfectionist. But, oh! Thank you for the sub, Torlag, oh my gosh, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yay, thank you. Yes, we're getting closer to the goal. You vote Danish accent, oof. So the two writers of the story, both hundreds of yards away from the Latin script in my mind. Fair. But a Finnish accent, basically just an Italian guy with a lobotomy, sheesh, dying of nothing. Don't tell Finnish people that. Oh! What the heck? What if MC Bong, thank you. What? Oh, thank you so much, MC Bong. What the heck? You're so sweet. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All of it goes into the channel and also, paying rent and stuff. Because this is how I pay rent now, which is crazy. But all of this helps so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, wait, hold on, I do. Small heart, medium heart, big heart. Thank you. You don't know how much it means to me. And, the fact that I'm even able to do this is so crazy. So it warms my heart so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, okay. I'm gonna get all emotional and I don't want to do that to you guys. So, yeah. Yes, reading and not being flustered. Don't look at me, please. Yippee. Thank you. I'm not afraid to tell any Finnish person anything. They'd probably be too busy crapping in a bucket in the woods to do anything. Listen, as Canadians, are we any different? I like my Finlander friends. They have a movie made for them and put my childhood poodle. Oh my god, Saint Progressive, what the heck? Thank you! Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh. You guys are so sweet. What the heck? I'm getting flustered now. You can't do that. Sandy, thank you. What the heck? You guys are so sweet. Oh no, stop. Stop. I'm gonna get emotional. Don't do that. Look away. No. Thank you. It means so much to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes. Okay. I'm getting, no, look away. What? Mr. Fontu, thank you. Did you guys just complete the hype train? What the heck? Stop, I'm getting embarrassed. No. Don't look at me. Okay. You guys are too sweet. Thank you. All the love in the world to you. You don't know how much it means to me. Okay. No more. I'm not blushing. You are. You're fine. You're blushing. It's whatever. Don't worry about it. I didn't hear anything. Whatever. Look away. But, Thank you guys so much. Genuinely. It means like the absolute world to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And then small heart, medium heart, big, super big heart. It means the absolute world to me. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Don't stare. Don't stare. No staring. The never-ending story, we almost joined fight against the great nothingness. So true. Then maybe we'll save dying of nothing from the nothingness. Round of applause for us. Oh, yes, you guys get a round of applause. Okay. You've successfully flustered me. Whatever. It didn't happen. I don't know what you're talking about. But yes, all of this goes into like me paying rent and also being able to get videos out faster. And the next video is going to be, I've already written out most of the script, which is crazy. I'm probably going to finish it by tonight. And I like it a lot so far. It's definitely, we're going back to basics, and I'm kind of excited. And I hope that you guys like it. I need to see how I'm going to get a little bit more creative about it. But, because I have something in mind. But, I don't know. I think, the reason why it took longer than I expected last time was because I did something more artistic for the beginning. And now I know how to do it. But, no one understands, Swiss or Swiss Dutch. I have a friend that actually speaks, Swiss German. I should watch your YouTube videos. Yes. It's where I put all of my effort into, honestly. Only time to watch YouTube when I'm looking for something in the background not to pay attention to. Honestly, my VODs are up there, all of the streams, but also, I have videos on really niche philosophers now. We're definitely getting into more, with this next video, we're obviously getting more to the foundations. But, if you like me kind of like being crazy and very like unhinged on camera, that's the best place to find it. As I'm explaining very dense concepts in a way that's very memey, and I hope easy to understand. I've loved it. So far, I've loved everything you put out. As German, I will tell you when you fuck up. Thank you, Mr. Bontu. I appreciate that. Hard for most Germans. Which French is maybe the most annoying French? They end every sentence in uptalk, sound passive aggressive teenage girls. Hey, listen, I also have that kind of in my if I'm speaking French. My uncle is very obsessed with Swiss French, so we kind of sometimes he'll like insist that I speak in that dialect accent. But yeah. Okay. Never get along. I never seem to get along with French people. Ty, really? I think you might know some bad French people then. Do you think it's an accent thing or just their behavior? It's the accent. They don't mean it. Just throws you for a loop nonetheless. I guess because also Québécois, French, it has a bit of an American intonation to it. Like you say things with a lot of like audacity and it's never like, ah, c'est comme ça, non? But alas, okay. Shall we, chat? You entertain yourselves, and I'll read in my... I decided in advance that I wanted Euthyphro to be southern. Like, southern, southern USA? Like, Mississippian? Because I think it would be really funny that he's, like, some sort of, like, I'm just a good old boy from Mississippi. And I'm a diviner priest. Nothing else is known about me. And Socrates is my sort of grouchy English, high received pronunciation with a bit of a growl to it, which is a little bit harsh on my voice, but alas, we can make it work. Although I might not go so hard on the growl. Are we okay with these? Because the surfer one I do think is really funny. Like, bro, let's like go for a swim. Sounds really goofy. I might actually, this is really, I mean, I kid you, it sounds super anglicized to the point where they roll their R's rather than use any eroticism. Yeah, I know, I've heard it before. I'm just not good at it. Hell yes? Okay. Just as Plato intended? Just as Plato intended, Gamify. Totally tubular. Totally. Yeah, let's go catch some waves, bros. But, okay. How about we do a quick vote, but not an actual vote that I put in chat, because we're split between YouTube and Twitch. Just quickly say whether or not you want, just sing more Petit Believez-vous. I could. Je veux rien qu'avoir mon income tax return. Wait, how does it go again? Tonight we're gonna watch it burn. Je veux rien qu'avoir mon income tax return. He does it quite, I don't know. I kid you, c'est un petit peu trop pour moi. Je dirais que c'est un petit peu trop pour moi. En fait, on peut parler comme des Français du France, mais c'est un petit peu trop pour moi. But, fuck, I could do... Really, I just don't want to hit anything that's like I want to make fun of like North Americans or the English. I need to make fun of Anglophones. Peace point c'est comment on dit ça? Warrior sur les snacks ou les booze. Je veux c'est quoi encore? Je veux tromper. C'est pas tromper. Qu'est-ce qu'il dit? Je veux dropper freaking 40 piastres au Taco Bell. Je veux dropper freaking 300 piastres au liquor store. Des choses comme ça. Being a Portuguese speaker, I understand why people say our language is romantic. I don't know why, although French is up there too. Parce que mes poches sont pleines, and I'ma blow a few, and I'ma... Wait, sorry, he does it like... Still got an accent acadien, donc c'est comme... And I'ma blow a fuse. Et c'est tellement goofy, ça, c'est comme... I always liked Charles Anzavor, so that's something. Fair. The hardest thing is talking to someone from Luxembourg. You always talk to them in German and French, and I can't pronounce that. But when you start to talk to them in German, they know none of their languages. They just walk away. Spanish, French, Portuguese are romantic sounding, although I don't know why. I think they call them the Romance languages, but they just sound Latin-based to me. I don't know. People say French sounds very romantic, and I'm just like, I think it sounds like... Parce que si tu parles comme des Français de France, en fait, c'est un petit peu plus... on dirait c'est plus... floral pour les oreilles. Mais en fait, comme on parle comme les Canadiens... Les Canadiennes... Moi, je suis canadienne, québécois, en fait. C'est un petit peu moins... ça sonne un petit peu moins bon pour les oreilles, hein? Grand Duke of Luxembourg, Luxembourg. I can only say it in French. But that stupid fucking sign up all over Montreal 2 years ago, that was a pain in the ass. Wait, what? Literally right in the way of my work commute. Huh? On dit quoi? Huh? Get into it already. I'm just thinking about myself here, but still, let's read Plato. PJ, you know, fair point, sorry. I do have a goal here, which is to read Plato. It's just chat really likes yapping. Which is why, in the VODs, I always put timestamps. But, yes, you are correct. We like the Catalonian dialect and the other nearby ones, like a French-Spanish hybrid. I have heard Catalonian. It is quite beautiful. Le silence éternel de ces espérances infinies me fraye. Interesting. Mais pourquoi? Est-ce que c'est de quelque chose? But, okay. En fait... PJ a un point. Donc, on devrait lire, non? Tout le monde, on devrait lire. Okay, which is to say, everyone, we should start reading. Look it up. The Grand Duke had this big sign that he said just Luxembourg. Said Luxembourg, and he put it up everywhere in Montreal. Super annoying. Huh. The more you know. I need, where's Doyle? Because Doyle can send links, and I would be like, just Doyle, send me the link so I can put it up on screen. But, alas, have we decided on American Southern, or do we want, like, Surfer Bro? Let's catch some tubular waves, bro. I think that one's easier. It's going to be easier for me. But also, it's really goofy when I think about it for Euthyphro. Because he's like, he's a sophist. So, well, he's not a sophist, sorry. He's a diviner. So, having him be like Surfer is quite goofy. Surfer? Okay, dying of nothing. You've cast your vote, and it was the first one that I read. Righteous dude. He's righteous. He's radical. Okay. Then shall we? Je veux blow a frickin' 40 piastres au Taco Bell. Je veux blow a frickin' 40 piastres au Taco Bell. Okay. So, keep each other company in chat. Keep it yapping. Keep it yapping. And I'll keep it yapping over here. Whatever's going on, Socrates. You've left your usual haunt in the Lyceum, and now you're spending all the time here at the Royal Stoa. Surely you too don't have a suit before the royal archon as I do. Well, Athenians, Euthyphro, do not call it a suit, but a prosecution. What are you saying? What are you saying? Then someone is prosecuting you, it seems, for I shall not accuse you of prosecuting someone else. Of course not. Is someone prosecuting you then? Yes, indeed, Socrates says. Euthyphro says, who is he? Socrates, I'd hardly know the man myself, Euthyphro. Apparently he is someone young and unknown. Anyway, his name, I believe, is Meletus. He belongs to the deme of Pythias. If you can think of a Meletus from Pythias with straight hair, not much of a beard, and a hook nose. Euthyphro, I cannot think of anyone. Ooh.
Can we get a philosophy of mogging?
Philosophy of mogging? Is it just going to be a series of me doing mogging philosophers? Or like the philosophy around mogging? Perhaps. I mean, both of those things are quite interesting topics. But you answer that, I'm going to continue reading and keep yapping in chat. And if you want to grab my attention, do super chats. But also, if you want to grab my attention and the money actually goes mostly to me, do the text-to-speech in the pinned comment. Because that one actually, I get, YouTube takes, I believe, 60%, and Twitch takes 50% of anything that I make. So, if you want most of the money to go to me, pinned comment. I cannot think of anyone, Socrates, but tell me, what charge has he brought against you? What charge? Says Socrates. Well, it is no ordinary charge, in my opinion anyway. Indeed, it is quite an achievement for a young man to have understood a matter of such importance. Indeed, for this fellow claims to know how the young people are being corrupted and who the corruptors are, and runs to its mother, accusing me of corrupting people his own age, and looks to me as if he alone embarks on this political career in the right way, for it is right to care for the young people first, so that they turn out to be just as good as they possibly can, just as a farmer is likely to care for the young plants, and after that for the others. In fact, Meletus is probably clearing us out first, the destroyer of the crop of youth, as he says. Then, of course, once he's cared for the older generation as well, he will be responsible for the great benefits aplenty to our city. At least, that would be the likely outcome of setting about it in such a way. That would be so, Socrates, but I fear that the outcome may turn out to be the very opposite. In fact, I think he's actually starting off by damaging the very heart of our city by attacking you unjustly. But tell me, how exactly does he say you're corrupting the young? Socrates, it sounds absurd, my wonderful friend, on first hearing at any rate. For he says that I am an inventor of gods, and on the grounds that I am inventing new gods and disregarding the old ones. He is prosecuting me on their behalf, he says. Euthyphro, I understand, Socrates. It's because you say that the divine signs come to you from time to time. So he has prosecuted you on this charge. I'm switching to a southern accent. What the heck? So he's prosecuted you on this charge, but as an innovator in matters divine. Fuck. It's totally tubular. And he goes into court to slander you, knowing that the issues are easily misrepresented to most people. Indeed, in my case, too, whenever I say anything in the assembly about matters divine, predicting the future for them, they laugh at me as if I were a madman. However, we must not worry about them, but face up to them. Dear Euthyphro, being laughed at is perhaps not an issue. Indeed, the Athenians, in my view, are not greatly concerned if they believe that someone is clever, provided, of course, he is not about to teaching his own wisdom. But if they believe he's also making other people turn out like himself, they get angry, either out of jealousy, as you say, or for some other reason. I'm not very keen to test their precise attitude to me on this issue. Well, perhaps you have a reputation for holding yourself aloof and being reluctant to teach your own wisdom, while I am afraid, less due to my love of humanity, that I have a reputation in their eyes for saying whatever I have to say without restraint to anyone I meet, free of charge. And not only that, but I would gladly pay someone who is prepared to listen to me. Well, as I was saying now, if they are going to just laugh at me as you say, they laugh at you, it might be quite pleasant to spend our time having fun and laughing in the courtroom. But if, on the other hand, they are going to be serious, then how is it unclear how the issue will turn out, except to soothsayers like yourself? Well, Socrates, perhaps it will all come to nothing. You will contest your suit the way you see fit, and I think I shall do the same with mine. But Euthyphro, what is the suit of yours? What are you defending or prosecuting? I am prosecuting. Whom? Someone who I am regarded as mad, and once more for prosecuting. Why so? Are you prosecuting someone who can fly? He is very far indeed from flying. In fact, he happens to be well in on years. Who is the man? My father. Shock, horror. Your father, my good man? Yes, certainly. Fuck. The surfer accent is peak here. This is so hilarious. Dying of nothing, you suggesting the surfer accent, peak. Thank you. That was fantastic. Yes, certainly. But what is the charge? What is your suit about? Murder, Socrates. So funny. What is the beef with sophist versus diviner? Oh, so Euthyphro is just someone who is he speaks as though he is divinely attuned. That's why they call him a diviner. He could fly. No doing, says PJ. I'm sorry, this accent for Euthyphro is peak. I love this. This is so funny. But yeah, no, it's anyway, so sophist is more based in the fact that, like, it comes from the same root as sophisticated, sophos. So usually it's when someone has an expertise or knowledge in something. But Plato, actually, does not like sophists, because sophists, by this point in time, around Plato's era, usually used rhetoric instead of, to win arguments or debates, instead of using logic to find a truth, which is what he would define a philosopher to be. So that's the dichotomy. They use rhetoric in arguments, not to find truth, but to be correct, to sound correct. But perhaps their logic is actually fallible, or not fallible, Perhaps their logic is unsound, and they have gotten to a wrong conclusion, but they're talking about it as though they've gotten to a correct conclusion. But it might be not logically sound. And so, that's why Plato has some beef with sophists. I would say I have some beef with sophists too. But I might just be very Socratic/Platonic. More so Socratic, I guess. As we understand Socrates through Plato and his other contemporaries. But yeah. But a diviner is more so related to like being able to parse the matters of the divine and having more knowledge of the spiritual, we'll say, in the modern understanding of spiritual. Okay, let us continue, yeah? Murder, Socrates. By Heracles, Euthyphro! Most people are presumably unaware of the proper procedure here, for I do not believe it is appropriate for any random person to do this, but only someone who is presumably already far advanced in wisdom. Far advanced indeed by Zeus, Socrates. And it was some member of your family who was killed by your father? Of course it was, for I presume you would not have prosecuted your father for murder on account of a stranger. Euthyphro says, "It's amusing, Socrates. You'd think it'd make any difference whether he murdered a man that was a stranger or a family member, but instead to the singling issue of whether the killer doing this in a fucking surfer accent is crazy. Instead of attending to the single issue, whether the killer is killed his victim justly or unjustly, if he acted justly, one should leave him be. However, if he acted unjustly, one should prosecute him, especially if the killer shares your hearth and your table. For equal is the pollution that befalls you if you live with such a person, knowing what he knows without purifying yourself in that person by bringing him to justice. In this way, he worked on our land. One day, mad with wine, he got angry with one of our slaves and slit his throat. Yeesh. So my father bound him hand and foot and threw him into a ditch and sent a man here to Athens to find out the legal expositor for what he should do. Meanwhile, he showed no regard for the man that he tied up and neglected him, since he was a murderer, and did not matter even if he should die. It was exactly what happened to him. Before the messenger arrived back from the legal expositor, the man died from hunger, the cold, and his bonds. Well, my father and the rest of my family are obviously angry over this because I am prosecuting my father for murder on behalf of the murderer. They maintain that he did not actually kill the man, and even if he did definitely kill him, the man was slain was a murderer anyway, and I should not be concerned over someone like this. Because it is unholy for a son to prosecute his father for murder. So poor is their knowledge of the divine realm, Socrates. Sorry. So poor is their knowledge of the divine realm, Socrates. But where it stands in relation to what is holy and what is unholy. But by Zeus, Euthyphro, do you believe that your understanding of divine manners in relation to holiness and unholiness so precisely that you are not afraid, given the circumstances you are describing, of performing a further holy unaction yourself by bringing your father to justice? So, Socrates, I would be useless indeed, and Euthyphro would not be any different from anybody else, if I did not have precise knowledge in such matters. In that case, wonderful, Euthyphro. My best course of action is to become your pupil and challenge Meletus on these very issues in advance of his prosecution. I will do so by saying that heretofore I have always attached great importance to knowledge of the divine matters, and now, since a man claims that I am failing to err through my rash utterances and invocations on matter divine, I have become your pupil. I would then say, dear Meletus, if you accept that Euthyphro is wise on such matters, then should you also believe that my views too are sound and drop the charge? Otherwise, rather than prosecuting me, prosecute Euthyphro, my teacher, for corrupting his elders, myself and his own father, by instructing me and censuring and punishing him. And if I did not convince him and that he did not drop the charge or prosecute you instead of me, I would say the very same things in court as in my pre-trial challenge. Yes, by Zeus, Socrates. And if he were to attempt to prosecute me, I think I would find where his weak point lies, and our argument in court would be concerned with him so long before it concerned me. Yes, my dear friend, and I am eager to become your pupil because I recognize all this. I know that neither this man, Meletus, nor anyone else, I presume, seems even to notice you, yet he picked me out immediately, and with so little difficulty that he has prosecuted me for impiety. Now then, tell me, by Zeus, what you claimed a moment ago to know full well. What sort of thing, according to you, is pious, and what is impious in relation to murder, or relation to anything else? It's not the unholy itself. Is not the holy itself the same as itself, while the unholy is in itself the opposite of everything holy, yet like itself? In other words, anything that is to be unholy possesses a single form based upon unholiness. Of course, Socrates, entirely so. Tell me then, according to you, what is holiness and what is unholiness? Well, I say that what is holy is exactly what I'm doing now. Prosecuting the wrongdoer for murder, for robbing temples, and for committing other crimes of that sort, even if he happens to be your father, or mother, or anyone else. Well, failure to prosecute is unholy. Now, Socrates, behold what convincing evidence I shall present to the present of the law, that this is the case. Evidence I have already given to others, showing that these events are unfolding as they should. Tubular. PJ, Socrates killing them sweetly already. Yeah, he's like that. We call it Socratic ignorance. Evidence I have already given to others, showing that these events are unfolding as they should, and we should not give away to any impious person, no matter who that person happens to be. For people regard Zeus as the best and most just of the gods, and they accept that he bound his own father, Cronus, for unjustly devouring his children, and that he, Cronus, in turn has castrated his own father for similar reasons, and yet they are angry with me for prosecuting my father, for acting unjustly. And so when talking about the gods and when talking about me, they're contradicting themselves. Well, Euthyphro, could this be the reason I am being prosecuted? Because whenever someone tells me stories of this kind about the gods, I accept them only with some reluctance. Because of this, it seems someone may well declare that I am in error. Error. That's why it's a different word. in British English. That I am an heir. So now, if you who understand such matters so well also approves of these stories, then it seems that I need to go along with them also. For what else can someone say when they admit they know nothing about these matters? But tell me, in the name of friendship, do you believe in truth that these things happened in this way? Yes, Socrates, and there are stories even stranger than these. Most people don't even know about. So, do you believe that there really is a war between the gods, bitter enmities, battles, and lots of other things like these, as recounted by the poets? These also adorn our sacred places, courtesy of the fine painters, and in particular, the robe that is carried up to the Acropolis and the grand Panathenea. Oh my god, not like this. Panathenea, there you go, is full depictions of this kind. Are we to say that these are all true, Euthyphro? Not only that, Socrates, but, as I said just now, I shall, if you like, relate lots of other stories to you about the matters divine, which, on hearing, I know full well you'll be astonished. I would not be surprised. But if you can recount to me these at your leisure in some other occasion, right now, please try to answer the question I asked you a moment ago more clearly. For you did not instruct me adequately, my friend. When I asked you earlier what precisely holiness is, instead you told me that this action you are performing, prosecuting your father for murder, is holy. And perhaps I told you the truth, Socrates. Perhaps, Euthyphro, but in fact you say that lots of things are holy too, and so they are. May I remind you, Euthyphro, that this is not what I asked you about. What I asked you to teach me about, one or two of the many holy actions, but about the very form by which everything that is holy is holy. For I think you said what is unholy, and what is holy, by a single form. Do you not remember? I remember. That's right, recount that shit, sophist. PJ is going off on him. PJ is going off on Euthyphro. For everyone who is out of the loop, by the way. So essentially, Euthyphro is accusing his own father of murdering... Sorry, he's going to court and prosecuting his father for murdering a murderer. And he finds it pious. And he's known to be someone who is a diviner. So, I obviously have the most divine accent for him. The surfer, bro, who's totally tubular. Oh my god, what a good choice. Thank you, Dying of Nothing, for that one. But Socrates is obviously the high received pronunciation that I'm using. But the point of this is that Socrates is going to sort of what we call the Socratic method. He's going to ask him definitions on these matters, and he's going to slowly kind of see if there is truth in what Euthyphro is saying here as he's being tried. And mind you, Socrates is also being tried for corrupting the youth and being impious against the gods. So let's see how this goes. I'm positive I never tried to kill anyone that didn't try to kill me first, son. I believe you, Ty. I believe you. He's murdering him with rhetoric. You're catching on quite quick, Gamify. I'm with Euthyphro just because he sounds cool. Radical, bro. I have sunglasses somewhere. I don't know. I should keep my props here so I can, like, switch between them. Wait. Okay, hold on. I have an idea. Mr. Krabs, I have an idea. Totally tubular, bros. It is way harder to read in these. But I can switch. And you know which character, but it's going to take me a lot longer to read. But way more entertaining. How do we feel about the sunglasses? I can't see chat. I wasn't going to jump scare you this time. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back from the back rooms. Totally tubular, yeah. How are we feeling, chat? Are we feeling radical? I don't know if, like, surf goth is a thing, but I think I'm channeling it right now. Can I... What a perfect thing for me, though. Tropical goth surfer? We gotta admit, that's kind of very me-coded. Midwestern accent? Listen, no, it's not. Best shades ever? Thank you. I can't read YouTube chat from here. Thought the aliens got you for a sec. No, I'm still here. Those glasses are divine. Thank you. We're totally tubular. They're for the diviner, you know. Although it makes with a black umbrella and a surfboard, yeah, bro, exactly. Listen, you gotta be kind of goth when you gotta go surfing. These days, you gotta differentiate yourself. Like, LA's full of all these people, but, like, they don't really have their own styles. And I bring the style called goth surfer. You wouldn't get it, though. Like, it's only me. I can't read with these, though. I think it would be better for a bit where, I'll be in character for a longer period of time, but there's too much back and forth here. Totally radical, bruh. Worth it, fuck seeing? I can't read is the problem. That's the only problem. It's a major problem, in fact. Metal is just aggressive emo music? It's a hot take. I'd say metal's a lot. It's different. Because emo's got, like, a more, emphasis on lyrics. But, anyway. Let us continue. Well, what precisely is this form? Teach me so that I may focus upon it. And using this as a standard, declare that any action that is like the standard is holy, and any action that is unlike it is not, whether it is performed by you or by anyone else. Well, Socrates, if you want me to express it in those terms, I shall do so. Yes, that is what I want. Well then, what is loved by the gods is holy, and what is not loved by them is unholy. Excellent, Euthyphro. You've now answered in the way that I asked you to answer, although I do not know yet if you've answered truthfully. But of course, will you go on to explain what you are saying is true? Yes, certainly. Come on, then. Let us consider what we are saying. Whatever is beloved of the gods, and the person who is beloved by the gods is holy, and whatever is hated by the gods, and whoever is hated by them, is unholy. And the holy is not the same as the unholy, but it is the complete opposite. Is this not so? It is so indeed. And what we are saying is apparently correct? I think so, Socrates. But Euthyphro, was it also not stated that the gods quarrel and differ with one another, and that there is enmity between them? Yes, that was stated. But what is the disagreement about when it generates enmity and anger? Let us consider this. I suppose you and I differ about which of two numbers is greater. Would our disagreement about these generate enmity and make us angry with one another, or would we quickly settle these matters by engaging in calculation, in such cases as these at any rate? Of course. And if we were to differ on the greater and lesser, we would quickly put an end to our dispute through engaging in measurement. Yeah? Changing the script a little bit, sorry. And I think we would decide about which is heavier and what is lighter by engaging in weighing. Of course. When we become enemies and get angry with each other, what then might be our disagreement about? What issue might we be unable to resolve? Perhaps you cannot answer readily, but I will make a suggestion. Consider if the issue at hand is the just and the unjust, beautiful and ugly, good and bad. Aren't these issues we disagree about, and being unable to come to an adequate resolution, do we not become enemies whenever this happens to you and me or to anyone else? Yes, Socrates. This is the disagreement in question, and it concerns these issues. But what about the gods, Euthyphro? If they do, in fact, disagree on anything, would they not disagree on these very issues? This must be so. In fact, according to your account, noble excuse me. And in fact, according to your account, noble Euthyphro, there are differing views among the gods themselves as to what is just and unjust, beautiful, ugly, good, or bad. For they would not have quarrelled with one another if they had not differed on the issues. Is this so? What you're saying is correct. Would quarrelling parties not love anything less they themselves regard... Would not the quarrelling parties love anything they themselves regard as beautiful, good, or just, and would they not hate the opposite of these? Very much so. Yes, but according to you, the same things are regarded as just by some gods and unjust by others, and because they disagree on these issues, they quarrel and fight with one another. Is this not so? This is so. Therefore, it seems that the same things are hated by the gods and are loved by them, and what is God hated and what is God loved would be the same. So it seems. Then by this argument, the same thing would be both holy and unholy, Euthyphro. Quite likely. In that case, you did not answer the question I asked you, marvelous one, for I was not asking what is at once both holy and unholy, which it would, it seems, be that which is God-loved and that which is not God-loved. And so, Euthyphro, it would be no surprise if, punishing your father as you are doing now, you are doing something that is loved by Zeus and hated by Cronus and Uranus, loved by Hephaestus but hated by Hera. And if the other gods differ with one another on the issue, the same considerations apply. But in my opinion, Socrates, none of these gods differ with one another on this issue, that a man who kills someone unjustly need not pay the penalty. But Euthyphro, in the case of us humans, have you ever heard of anyone arguing that a man who has killed someone unjustly, or performs another unjust action whatsoever, should not pay the penalty? Why, they never stop arguing over those issues, especially in the law courts. Indeed, having performed all sorts of injustices, people do and say anything to avoid a penalty. Yes, Euthyphro, and they do also admit that they have acted unjustly, despite this admission, claim nevertheless that they should not pay a penalty. No, they don't do that at all. Then do they not do or say anything at all? Indeed, I think they would not dare to assert or argue that they should not pay a penalty. Oh. Very fluffy cat. Hi. Oh no, I got distracted. Where did I stop? Oh no. then they do not argue or say anything at all. Indeed, I think they would not dare to assert or argue that they should not pay a penalty if they have in fact acted unjustly. No, I think they deny that they have acted unjustly. Is this so? That is true. So they do not argue that the person who commits the injustice should not pay a penalty. Surely they agree instead, over whoever the wrongdoer is, what he did and when. That is true. Do not the same consideration apply to gods, if they do indeed quarrel about justice and injustice, as you maintain, and one side claims that the other's acting unjustly, while the other side denies it? But this much is certain, my friend, no one, neither god nor human, would dare suggest to a person who acts unjustly should not pay a penalty. Yes, Socrates, what you're saying is true, on the whole. Radical. Yes, I think those who differ, be they humans or gods, if indeed gods do differ over particular actions. When they oh my gosh, switching between the two accents, I'm sorry. When they differ over any action, some must maintain that it was performed in a just manner, others that it was performed in an unjust manner. Isn't it so? Entirely so. Come on then, dear Euthyphro, and instruct me so that I may become wiser. What evidence do you have that all the gods think about this man? This man met his death unjustly, a man who committed murder whilst working as a day laborer, who was tied up by the master of the murder victim, and who died prematurely on account of his bonds, before the master who had tied him up had found out from the legal expositor what he should do about him. Where is your evidence that it is actually right for a son to prosecute his father and denounce him on behalf of a person like that? Come on, try to demonstrate these points clearly to me, that all of the gods really do believe that this course of action is right, and if you prove this to me adequately, I shall sing the praises of your wisdom unceasingly. Well, surely that is no small task, Socrates, yet I would be able to demonstrate it to you very clearly. Hello, apologies for the distraction. Your cat puns are so sweet. What accent is this? I'm trying to do surfer accent. Can you tell that I haven't practiced in a while?
You are so smart.
I'm so smart. I'm just reading. I'm literally just reading. But hey, okay, so for those of you who are joining late or just joining or what have you, I'm doing Euthyphro and the surfer accent. Oh, emote, hee. Don't clip that. Based, yeah. But, oh, we're getting another one. Duke loves your cat puns, perfect. Actually. Okay, so essentially, Euthyphro's taking... Can you see all of this on screen? Yeah. Euthyphro's taking his father to court on charges of murder because his father had hired a day laborer. The day laborer murdered someone who their family had also hired. I believe it was a slave. And I just read this. Come on. And Euthyphro, who is a diviner, who claims that he is more divine than others and has a better understanding of it than others, he's saying that what the gods love is holy and what the gods don't love is unholy. Oh. Very fluffy mod. Oh, thank you. What the heck? Thank you. What the heck? You're so sweet. Thank you. Oops, misclicked. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hearts. Socrates got those tongues tied. It's only just entirely so. The gods all say it. Yes, exactly. Hearts to you. Best US accent. Yes. Did I miss all the Greek on Greek action? No, you didn't. There's more to come. I'm just explaining for everyone who just arrived. So, for everyone who's just gotten here, Euthyphro's trying to say that, his father, he's taking his dad to court for murdering someone, but the guy that he's taking to court actually is a day laborer that murdered one of their house workers. His father tied him up and went to go to the legal expositor to ask what he should do with the guy who murdered his house worker. And before he got back from getting this advice, the murderer had died. So Euthyphro said, well, I think that none of this is holy, and you, father, should be punished for your unholy actions, and I would know better because I'm a diviner, and I understand the gods better. And so Socrates is like, I'm also being taken to court for a completely separate matter because I'm being accused of corrupting the youth by asking too many questions. But let me ask you some questions on this matter, dear friend. They're not dear friends, but yeah. I had my heart set on Cajun, but I'm definitely not mad about SoCal Surfer. I could do it better if it wasn't the fact that, like, he refuses to use conjunctions. But, you know, what can you do? But anyway, I'm differentiating the two as I'm speaking, because Euthyphro obviously thinks of himself as, like, a very pretentious, sort of, like, he knows better. He is just. He knows the will of the gods way better. And perhaps, like, probably a SoCal, like a very, like, a California girl accent. Valley girl, there you go. Like, oh my god, Socrates, you wouldn't get it. Ew. Socrates, you wouldn't get it. Like, I'm just closer to the gods than you. But yeah, so Euthyphro is, like, very high and mighty, essentially. Well, he comes off as very high and mighty. But also so does Socrates. But Socrates is known for playing dumb, called Socratic ignorance. Quite literally, it's called Socratic ignorance. And he'll go through the Socratic method, which is he'll just kind of ask questions and ask to get to the bottom of things. Because he is, at the end of the day, a philosopher. I've switched into a British accent there, not meaning to. He is at the end of the day a philosopher and not a sophist, a sophist would be differentiated in this time period by Plato's standards as someone who uses rhetoric in arguments not to get to the truth, but to be right, to be correct. The truth doesn't matter, they just need to be correct. They need to sound like they're right, even if it logically is not a sound argument. And what philosophers do, in Plato's opinion, because this is Plato writing this, Socrates refused to write anything down because he was like, oh, those damn kids and their writing utensils and cocoa melon. Socrates didn't write anything down, so Plato wrote it down for him because he was a student and he really liked him. Oh, thank you for the follow, Awakening Philosophy. Hope you like the stream. Radical even, yeah. So, Socrates is essentially going through, this is Plato's account of how things went, although we assume that this is more of a story, a fable, if you will, than it is probably a really accurate depiction of what happened. But, you know, we'll see how it goes with Socrates totally not asking him all these really pointed questions that are going to pick apart his logic and see if he actually is holding a truth behind wanting to take his dad to court. Or maybe, like, if it'll just piss him off. But only one way to find out! So would Plato say Socrates wins but is still a little wrong? What do you mean by a little wrong? And also wins? Because, see, in this case, So Socrates only cares about the truth. And if he is wrong, he will be like, I have learned something because I know nothing. Socratic ignorance. I know nothing. The famous phrase is, I know that I know nothing, even though it's not an exact translation. Because the actual phrase is longer. But Socrates is known for saying, I know that I know nothing. And so he just asks a lot of questions and totally doesn't rage bait people. So, in a sense, he is being more virtuous as it relates to finding truth in philosophy. But, what's up, Mr. Mittens? Who's Mr. Mittens? But yeah, Socrates isn't trying to be right. Socrates is trying to find truth. Socrates, essentially only ever in the Platonic dialogues tries to find what is closest to the truth, because to him that is the highest thing to strive for. Socrates, the original I don't know shit about fuck. Exactly, Mr. Bonthu. And low-key, that might be in the script. Stop! Don't spoil it for everyone! Next YouTube video. Might be going up about this, but not Euthyphro specifically. I don't know. You'll see. There's a reason that I do these streams, you know? But also, I hope everyone watching is getting a little bit of knowledge, depending on what your knowledge on the matter is already. Mr. Bonthu, don't apologize. Whatever your knowledge base is on philosophy already, I hope this helps give you something maybe new, maybe not. I don't know. I read the translation is closer to I am wiser because I know, because I don't mistake what isn't knowable for something I know. It's akin to that. I can't remember it off the top of my head. I do have a tab open with it though, because it is in fact in my script, and during my script writing process, I have extensive notes open always, because I am a pedantic piece of shit. And I cannot write anything without being like, maybe I should double, triple, quadruple check my sources and then translate it from the Latin to the Greek, back to the Greek, and see what I can get, and maybe it's like not correct, and maybe that's like a little wrong, or it has a bit of nuance or whatever. But where'd it go? No! The unexamined life is not worth living, which is also technically not the full translation, but we won't be too mad about that. So the etymology from the Latin phrase is, God, I'm gonna fucking butcher this. Ipse se nihil scire id unum sciat, which is a possible paraphrase from the Greek text, which is hen oida hoti. Oh, I can't pronounce that. Is quoted as scio me nihil scire, or scio me necessare, which is closer to that what I do not know, I do not think I know either, by Henry Carey. Like maybe my dad should go to law courts, but not for the divine reason, or at least nowadays. Not the only one who knows that, so true. Can't even get drunk, because the soul is too pure and balanced, rad. Actually, Aristotle did drink and fuck in moderation. Literally only in moderation. According to Plato. And also Xenophon, actually. But, yeah. The more you know, right? I'm giving you guys some cool little historical facts. Yay, yippee! I will make less spoilery jokes. You're fine, Mr. Bonthu. Truth is, Socrates is an expert master rage baiter, literally. Reminds me of visiting a friend in Brooklyn, overhearing this hotep saying his friend, "Nah, the real N-word is knowledge." Oh my god. That's hilarious. I'm stealing that. I am stealing that. And genuinely having to choke on my laughter. I don't do that to Tropical Duke. Good. I don't know what I was referring to. Hen oida, I barely know her. Exactly. Where's Aristotle in this layer sandwich? Okay, so we have to explain once more for everyone who's new in chat. And Gamify asked earlier as well, which thank you for asking these questions. So we have technically what we consider in like if we're gonna do like really reductive philosophy, we have layer 1, which is Socrates, and then everyone referred to before Socrates is actually referred to as a pre-Socratic philosopher, like Pythagoras. It was actually a philosopher. So Pythagorean theorem, you know, it used to solve triangles. Pre-Socratic philosopher, because math is a branch of philosophy, or at least it was originally. So starting layer 1, Socrates. Layer 0, pre-Socratics. And technically there's a lot more there. There are a lot of pre-Socratics, but we're not getting to that. Don't worry, it's fine. Don't worry about that just yet. Then layer 1, we have Socrates. Socrates teaches Plato. So Socrates is layer 1, Plato, layer 2, we'll say. Well, I guess like layer 1.1. Because they're all kind of, we'll say in the sandwich of layer 1, we have Plato, Socrates, Aristotle. But Socrates teaches Plato. Plato starts a school called the Academy, and who joins the school but Aristotle? So we have the big three right here. This we'll call layer 1 the sandwich of the big three. So Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. Socrates refused to write anything down, so Plato wrote it down for him, which is what we call the Platonic dialogue. Well, not the Platonic dialogues. It's Plato's dialogues, in which Socrates uses the Socratic method to kind of like be like, "Oh, gotcha," like OG Redditor style, but not really, because I think perhaps we're getting a little too memey with our analysis of Socrates here, but yeah, so Socrates taught Plato, who taught Aristotle, because Aristotle went to the Academy, literally called the Academy, which was, we call academies now academies because of Plato's Academy. So Aristotle joins Plato's Academy up until his death, actually, and learns from Plato, even though they go back and forth on the idea of like empiricism versus idealism. But we don't need to get into that just yet, because this is only about Socrates at the moment and Plato's dialogues. And then after that, we get into more and more philosophers, but we're only staying at level 1 right now. We're only staying at level 1. Don't worry about the other stuff just yet. Best etymology crisis, Krinos, when you have to choose, or something like that. Symposium, he drinks, but the most can't get drunk. It's all facts. So true. He debunked the flat earthers. Pythagoras had a pretty sweet little cult, just saying. I mean, I would have joined, low-key. But my brain is getting so buff right now, thanks. Of course, Gamify, thank you for asking. Genuinely, ask anything, I'll answer it to the best of my ability without being too reductive. There's a newer translation of some Platonic texts by the greatest translator so far, who includes the original Greek as well as under each word, so you can look things up. Things go, if something hinges on a keyword. The translator is Juan Balboa. They're really amazing, and you get them for free online. I'm using this is a 2025 translation by, gosh, well, we're on page 35 already, aren't we? By David Horan. So, I would say that I'm not mad at this translation, genuinely. So I'm quite good. 35. There we go. I'm a Pythagorean cult member. Go off. Xenophon never gets any love. Xenophon, I don't know, because the thing is that he does say some things that are pretty, well, that were later quote-unquote debunked, I want to say, like, just a couple centuries. I think, like, over a millennia later. But at any rate, Xenophon may not be the best account of who we understand Socrates as, because he tends to be a little bit, like, sharp about him. Or perhaps plays him as a little bit more ignorant, but, yeah. There's a passage where Socrates says, the thing, one treatise of the apology. At any rate, I think it is likely that I am wiser than this man only by this small trifle. I do not know, neither do I think I know. Level 1 is the best. It was a debunker for sure. Do you hear the theory that Socrates had a temporal lobe epilepsy? I did not, actually. Is that why they explain, like, how he hears the, Oh, I'm forgetting the name right now. No, it's because I'm on stream and I'm live. No, I'm forgetting the word. The voice that he hears. MC Bonk says shout out. The Balboa version shows that Socrates isn't always saying he knows nothing, but rather, Yeah, exactly. 2 aerobic exercises. Just finished your 15K steps of the day. Go off, dude. Nice. Proud of you. Good. Get your steps in. Oh my god, I'm gonna debunk Plato on Xenophon. True. Okay. So. Now that we've done more explanations, shall we continue? Yep, the daemon. Was it called the day? I don't think that's what it was. Wait, hold on. I have this also in my notes. You guys don't know what this script is about. I don't know what you're talking about. Stop saying stuff. I don't know what you're talking about. Haha. Literally, come on. Aristophanes in Symposium is so good, but so wrong relative to Socrates. I mean, go on that. Daemonian. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I guess it is called daemon. But, not spelled like that. Spelled with an I. James Smith. Sorry. I'm being pedantic. I'm sorry. Socrates standing in place for hours at a time. Yeah. The thing is that we only hear that through anecdotes, so we don't even know how true that is, or if that's just people, like, kind of buffing him up to make him seem cooler than he actually is. Or, in some cases, lamer. Honestly. Literally call the Ferengi captains in Star Trek, what the fuck. This quote of Socrates is often blah blah. Awakening philosophy, we're going to get into the weeds with that. We're keeping it beginner level here. I appreciate you, though. But we gotta keep it beginner level for everyone else. Because if we go into the translations, we've gone into the translations on different things before in previous streams. We're gonna lose everyone. So, we gotta reel it back in. Olo Duke, how you doing? Hey Larry, been a minute. Deimos, like the moon? Daemon, yes, exactly, with an I. How many biceps curl do I have to do to make up for not reading the Republic? Serious question. PJ, there are not enough bicep curls in the world. You need to just read the Republic. It's quite good. You would probably like it. But, okay, let us continue, shall we? I'm ignoring chat now, so you guys have to entertain yourselves. When do we get into living in a barrel? Diogenes. Don't bring up my boy Diogenes. I love him. All through anecdotes. Listen, we love Diogenes' cynicism. Beautiful. We should have never changed the meaning of the word cynicism. But whatever. Oh, Awakening Philosophy. Of course. Yes, okay. Looking for where I left off. Where did I leave off? Whatever, start from the top of the page. Or not. Why, they would never stop arguing these penalties, especially in the law courts. Indeed, having performed all sorts of injustices, people do and say anything at all to avoid a penalty. Yes, Euthyphro, but do they also admit that they have acted unjustly, and despite this admission claim nevertheless that they should not pay a penalty? No, they don't do that at all. Then do they not do or say anything at all? Indeed, I think they would not dare to assert or to argue that they should not pay a penalty, if in fact they have acted unjustly. No, I think they deny that, and they have acted unjustly. Is this so? That's true. So they do not argue that the person who commits injustice should not pay a penalty. They argue instead over who the wrongdoer is, and what he did and when. That's true. Do not the same considerations apply also to the gods, if they do indeed quarrel about justice and injustice, as you maintain? Oresteia, literally, like, just fucking, the Oresteia exists for this reason. Anyway, and one side claims that the other is acting unjustly, while the other side denies it. But this much is certain, my friend. No one, neither god nor human, would dare suggest that a person who acts unjustly should not pay a penalty. Yes, Socrates, what you're saying is true, on the whole. Yes, I think those who differ, be they humans or gods, if indeed gods do differ over particular actions. When they differ over any action, some maintain that it was performed in a just manner, others that it was performed in an unjust manner. Isn't it so? Entirely so. Come on then, dear Euthyphro, and instruct me so that I may become wiser. What evidence do you have that all the gods think that this man met his death unjustly, a man who committed murder whilst doing work as a day labourer, who was tied up by the master of the murder victim, and who died prematurely on account of his bonds before the master who had tied him up had found out from the legal expositor what he should do about him? Where is your evidence that it is actually right for a son to prosecute his father and denounce him on behalf of a person like that? Come on, try to demonstrate these points clearly to me, that all of the gods really do believe that this course of action is right. And if you prove this to me adequately, I shall sing the praises of your wisdom unceasingly. Well, that's sure no small task. Socrates. Yet I should be able to demonstrate it to you very clearly. I understand. That is because you think I am a slower learner than the drawers, since you, of course, prove to them that these actions are unjust, that all the gods hate such actions as these. Very clearly, Socrates. If they will only listen to what I say. They will listen all right, Euthyphro, provided they think you are speaking well. But while you are speaking, something occurred to me, and I am thinking to myself, if Euthyphro were to teach me, comprehensively, that all the gods regard a death like this one to be unjust, what more have I learned from Euthyphro as to what exact holiness and unholiness are? Yet in this particular action would, it seems, be God-hated, but it turned out to be earlier what is holy and what is not are not defined by this, for what is God-hated proved to also be God-loved. So, if you like, Euthyphro, I will grant you this. Let all the gods think it is unjust, and let them hate it. But what about this correction we have just introduced into the argument, according to which whatever all gods hate is unholy, whatever they all love is holy, and whatever some love and others hate is neither or both? Would you like us now to define what is holy and what is unholy in this way? Is there any reason not to, Socrates? In my case, no, Euthyphro, but in your case, you should decide whether adopting this hypothesis is the easiest way for you to teach me what you promised. Well, I'd say that the holy is what all gods love, and its opposite, what all gods hate, is unholy. Should we also investigate whether this formulation is correct, Euthyphro, or should we leave it and accept our own or other people's assertions just like that, agreeing that this is the case just because somebody says so? Or should we consider what the speaker means? We should consider that. However, in my view, this is now a good formulation. Good man. We shall know better soon enough. Yes, think about this. Is the holy loved by the gods because it is holy, or is it holy because it is loved? I don't understand what you're saying, Socrates. Then I shall try to speak with greater clarity. We shall say something is carried and something carries. Something is led and something leads. Something is seen and something sees. And in these cases, do you understand that there are differences between them, and the way in which they differ? I think I understand. And of course, something that is loved, and there is something that is loved, and is different from that which loves. Sorry, let me do that one again. And is there something that is loved, and is that different from something which loves? Of course. Then tell me whether something that is carried is what is because it is being carried, or for some other reason. No, that's for the reason. Then something that is led is being, gosh, this is really hard. I need commas in here. And something that is led is what it is because it is being led. And something that is seen is what it is because it is being seen. Yes, certainly. So, it is not because it is a seen thing that is being seen. So it is not because it is a seen thing that it is seen. It is the other way around, because it is seen, it is a seen thing. Okay, let me redo that one for you guys one more time, sorry. So it is not because it is a seen thing that it is seen. It is the other way around, because it is seen, it is a seen thing. Nor is it because it is a thing being led that it is led. No, it is because it is led, it is a thing that is led. Nor is it because it is a thing that is carried, nor is it because it is a thing carried that it is carried. No, because it is carried, it is a thing carried. That's English, gosh. So, Euthyphro, is it obvious what I wish to say, what I mean by this? If something becomes or is affected, it is not because that thing becomes what that it becomes. No, because it becomes it. No, because it becomes, it is a thing that becomes. Nor is it because it is a thing affected that it is affected. No, because it is affected, it is a thing that, it is a thing affected. Do you agree that this is so? To put that into my own words, because he's saying it here in a way that makes sense when you read it, but saying that out loud, it does not make sense. Or it does, maybe. Something that is seen is a seen thing because it is seen. Not, it is a seen thing. They're, like, okay, it's causality, right? It is seen by something, therefore it becomes a seen thing, is what Socrates is trying to say. So, following that logic, something is loved because it is a loved thing. Therefore, it is loved. It is a loved thing, but it has to be loved first. Causality. There we go. Yeah, there's your little explanation. Sorry that I could not get that out in Socrates' little rant there. Anyway, do you agree that this is so? I do. Now, is not that which is loved either something that is becoming or something that is being affected by something? Yes, certainly. And in this case, this case is like the previous cases. It is not because it is a thing that is loved, that it is loved by those who love it. No, it is because it is loved, it is a thing that is loved. Necessarily. Then what do we say about what is holy, Euthyphro? Is it not loved by all the gods, according to your argument? Yes. So, is this because it is holy, or for some other reason? No, that is the reason. So, because it is holy, it is loved, but is it not the case that it is loved, and for that reason it is holy? It seems so. And yet, because something is loved by the gods, it is a thing that is loved and is God-loved. Of course. Therefore, what is God-loved is not holy, Euthyphro, nor is the holy God-loved, as you maintain. They are different from one another. How so, Socrates? Because we agree that what is holy is loved because it is holy, not because it is loved by the holy. Is this so? Yeah. And yet, what is God-loved is beloved by the gods by reason of their very love. Oh, I must plug in my computer. 1 second. And yet what is God-loved is beloved of the gods by reason of their very love. But the reason it is loved is not that it is God-loved. That is true. But dear Euthyphro, if what is God-loved and what is holy were the same, then if what is holy was loved because of being holy, what is God-loved too would be loved because of being God-loved. And if, on the other hand, what is God-loved was God-loved because of being loved is by the gods, what is holy too would be holy because of being loved. But you can now see these two things are opposites. They are completely different from one another. For one is a loved thing because it is loved, while the other is a loved thing. And is loved for that reason. And Euthyphro, when I asked you what precisely the holy is, it seems you are not willing to disclose its essence to me, but only to describe something it undergoes. What is holy is affected as it follows. It is loved by all the gods. But you have not yet said what it actually is. If so, please do not hide this from me, but tell me again from the beginning precisely what the holy is, regardless of whether it is loved by the gods or whatever else happens to it, for we shall not argue over that. Just state what holiness and unholiness are, and do not hold back. But Socrates, I don't know what to tell you what I have in my mind. For anything we propose always wanders about somehow and won't stay where we put it. These pronouncements of yours, Euthyphro, seem to be like works of my own ancestor Daedalus. Which is hilarious because we don't know that that's true. But, oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Hi, Hyper is waiting. were these real conversations? Did the stenographers back then? No, they did not, Adam Moreno. This is Plato writing this down because we assume this is kind of how Socrates was. Socrates was one of those people who was not one of those people. He was someone who was like, all kids do these days is write and watch Coco Melon. Back in my day, we just learned everything through oral history and refused to write anything down. So Plato wrote it for him. But also, he wrote this, and it is, we assume, to be indicative of what Socrates' character is like. But once again, we assume because we don't know. We have not managed to bring him back from the dead. So. But alas, let us continue. These pronouncements of yours, Euthyphro, seem to be like the works of my own ancestor Daedalus, and if I was the one who had proposed them and set them down, you would probably have mocked me over my kinship to that man, because of my verbal formulation, run away and refuse to remain where someone puts them. But now, of course, my hypotheses are yours, and some alternative mockery is called for, since they refuse to remain in place for you, as you can see for yourself. But I think these pronouncements deserve more or less the same mockery, Socrates. For I'm not the one who sent them in motion, so that they don't remain in the same place. No, it seems to me you're the Daedalus, since if it were up to me, they would have remained as they were. Mind you, Daedalus is the architect, craftsman, Renaissance man, polymath, whatever, what have you, who was hired by the Minoan king on Crete to make the labyrinth that the Minotaur was in. So, yeah, that's some mythology for you. And he's also the one who escaped from the Minoan king, keeping him captured so as to not let the secret of the labyrinth out ever. And he escaped with his nephew. And that was the story of the wings being made of wax. So when they flew too close to the sun, they might fall into the ocean and die because the wax would melt the wings, and they would fall into the ocean, but not to be too close to the water, or else they would drown. So yeah, there we go. That's some Greek mythology for you. Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, sleep now. Have a nice rest of your stream. Thank you for joining, MC Bong. Oh, thank you for the follow, Max Machno. Back to lurking. Appreciate breaking philosophy bit regardless of how hard chat tries. Hey, we're here. We're out here. Plato's such a good wingman. We assume Socrates' daddy. Define daddy. I think Socrates is just true debate lord. But not even debate lord in the sense of he wants to win. Debate lord just in the sense of, like, he wants to debate. He's really in it for the love of the game. But, okay, my screen just went into dark mode, so let's not do that. Euthyphro, meaning straight thinker. Yeah. Alas, we're proving otherwise, aren't we? Perhaps, my friend, I have become cleverer at the craft than the ancestor of mine to this extent. Well, he only made his works unstable. It seems I do this to my own and to other people's too. And indeed, what is most delightful about this skill in my case is that I am wise against my will. Once again, stating that he's wise. Socratic ignorance? ? But just keep that in mind. It seems that I am wise against my will. For I would have preferred that my own pronouncements be stable, fixed, and unmoving, rather than possess the wisdom of Daedalus and the wealth of Tantalus, too. Tantalus, famous for going to Tartarus, and because he fed his son Pelops to the gods, despite being, I believe, the son of Zeus, or like maybe grandson of Zeus. favored by the gods until he did that Pelops thing, and everyone was like, slaughtering your child as a sacrifice is not good. What are you doing? And so he was sent to Tartarus, and his punishment is forever to be in a pool of water that whenever he goes down to drink, the water goes down and he can't drink it, and then when he reaches for a tree above him that has fruit, he tries, but it goes up every time higher and higher, so he can't reach that either. So that he's in a constant state of just being tantalized, which is where the word comes from. Yay! That's a quick Greek mythology lesson for you. Yay! You're welcome. Anyway. Rather than possess the wisdom of Daedalus and the wealth of Tantalus too. But enough of this. Since you yourself seem to be indolent, I will join you in your desire to instruct me about what is holy. Do not give up yet. Think about this. Is everything that is holy necessarily just? I think so. Mind you, I've given Euthyphro a surfer accent, and Socrates the high received pronunciation. And is everything that is just also holy, or is what is holy all just? While what is just is not all holy, part of it being holy and part something else. Socrates, I can't follow you. And yet you are younger than me, and no less wise for that. But as I said, your wealth of wisdom makes you indolent. So exert yourself, blessed man, for it is not difficult to understand what I mean. Indeed, I am saying the opposite of the poet who wrote these lines. Zeus, the creator, different accent for this. North American accent. Zeus, the creator who made all this, you shrink from reviling. For when there's fear, there's also reverence. Now I disagree with this poet. Shall I tell you why? Yes, certainly. I do not think that where there is fear, there is also reverence. Because I think that many people who fear disease and poverty, and lots of other things like these, are afraid. Yet they are not at all ashamed of the things they fear. Is this not how it seems to you too? Yes, certainly. But I do think that when there is reverence, there is also fear. Indeed, is there anyone who is ashamed of something, feels shame, and is not at the same time fearful, and afraid of a reputation for wickedness? Yes, he is afraid. So, when it is not right to say, when there is fear, there is also reverence. So, it is not right to say that, when there is fear, there is also reverence. On the contrary, when there is reverence, there is also fear. And when there is fear, there is not reverence in every case. For I think that fear is more extensive than reverence. Indeed, reverence is a part of fear, just as odd is part of a number. And so it is not the case that when there is a number that there is also odd, and yet where there is the odd, there is also a number. So I presume you follow me now. Yes, certainly. Chat, are you understanding? I'm gonna tat Socrates, I cannot follow you. So true. To be fair, Euthyphro's arguments are easy to rage bait. Yeah. Well, this is more or less what I meant by the earlier question. When there is justice, is there also holiness? Or when there is holiness, is there also justice? Conversely, when there is justice, there is not holiness in every case, because holiness is a part of justice? Should we say this, or do you think otherwise? No, let's say this. I think you're expressing this correctly. Then take note of the next issue, for if holiness is part of justice, we should, it seems, find out what part it would be. Now, I suppose you had asked me about something we have just discussed. Number, for instance. What part of number is the even part? What part of number it is? I would reply that it has equal sides rather than unequal sides. Is that what you think? It is. So you should now attempt to teach me in this way the part of justice that is holy, so that I may tell Meletus not to wrong me any more or prosecute me for impiety. As I have now received adequate instruction from you about what is pious and holy and what is not. Well, Socrates, it seems to me that part of justice that is pious and holy is the part that deals with the care of gods, while the remaining part of justice deals with the care of human beings. And in my view, you've expressed that well, Euthyphro. But there's one minor detail still outstanding, for I do not yet understand what the care you are referring to actually is. For I presume you do not mean the sort of care that deals with the gods, is just like that care that deals with anything else. Yes. Is this not how we speak? We say, for instance, that not everyone knows how to care for horses, only the skilled horse trainer. Is this so? Very much so. For horse training is, presumably, the care of horses. Yeah. Nor, for that matter, does everyone know how to care for dogs, only the dog handler. Quite so. For dog handling, presumably the care of dogs. Yeah. And ox herding of oxen. Very much so. And holiness and impiety are the care of gods, Euthyphro. Is this what you mean? I do. And does not all care bring the same outcome? Something like this. It is directed to some good or some benefit of whatever it is cared for. For instance, you can see that horses are cared for by horse training, are benefited and become better. Do you not think so? I do. And dogs are presumably benefited by dog handling, oxen by ox herding, and the same applies in all other cases. Or do you think that the care aims to harm whatever it cares for? By Zeus, I don't. Does it aim to benefit it then? How could it do otherwise? Now, is holiness too, being a care of the gods, also a benefit to the gods? And does it make the gods better? And would you accept that you make any of the gods better whenever you do anything holy? By Zeus, I would not. By Zeus, I wouldn't. All these conjunctions that aren't there. No, I did not think that was what you meant earlier either, Euthyphro. Far from it. And that is why I asked you what exactly you meant by this care of the gods. I was assuming you did not mean anything like this. And you're right, Socrates. I didn't mean anything like this. So be it. But in that case, what care of the gods would holiness be? It is the care, Socrates, which servants give their masters. I understand. It would, it seems, be some service to the gods. Yeah, certainly. What about service to physicians? What product does this service help to produce? Do you think it is health? I do. What about service to shipbuilders? What product does this service help to produce? Obviously, Socrates. It's a ship. In the case of house builders, presumably it is a house? Yeah. Then tell me, best of men, in the case of service to gods, what product would this service help to produce? You must know the answer, since you declare your knowledge of matters divine is superior to that of anyone else. Uh, and what I say is true, Socrates. Then tell me, by Zeus, what glorious product do the gods produce, using us as their servants? Many and beautiful things, Socrates. Yes, and do the generals, my friend. And so do the generals, my friend. But it is easy, nevertheless, to sum it all up by saying that they bring about victory in war, isn't it so? Of course. And farmers produce many and beautiful things, but nevertheless, what they produce, in summary, is food from the earth. Certainly. Yes, but what about many beautiful things that the gods produce? What, in summary, is their product? Well, I told you a little earlier, Socrates, that to understand precisely how matters stand in these cases is a major undertaking. Yeah, I can say in general terms that if someone knows how to do and say something that's and say what's gratifying to the gods by praying and offering sacrifices, these actions are the holy ones, and such actions safeguard the things that are this archaic language and this accent do not mesh well. Oh, I don't know what happened in chat, sorry. Hopefully it wasn't too bad. I'm gonna continue. Hey, LMAO, what? Welcome. Wait, where did we leave off? No! Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can say in general terms that if someone knows how to do and say what is gratifying to the gods by praying and offering sacrifices, these actions are the holy ones, and such actions safeguard the things of private homes and common things of entire cities. But the opposite of what gratifies them is impious, and this overturns and destroys everything. If you wanted to, Euthyphro, you could have given me the summary I asked you for much more briefly, but you are not eager to instruct me, as it is obvious. In fact, right now, you've turned aside at the very point where, had you answered, I might now have learned about holiness from you quite adequately. But now the lover needs to follow the beloved, wherever he may lead. So again, what do you say the holy and holiness are? Is it not some sort of knowledge of sacrificing and praying? It is. Is not sacrifice giving to the gods and praying asking of the gods? Very much so, Socrates. So on this formulation, holiness would be the knowledge of asking and giving to the gods. You've understood perfectly what I've said, Socrates. That is because I am eager for your wisdom, my friend, and I give you my full attention so that nothing you say may be lost. But tell me, what is the service to the gods? Are you saying that it consists in asking of them and giving to them? I am. And would not the right matter of asking be to ask of them what we need from them? That's it. Then again, is it not the right manner of giving to give them in return whatever they happened to need from us? Indeed, giving someone something they do not need would presumably not require any skill. That's true, Socrates. Then, Euthyphro, holiness would be a skill which involves gods and men trading with one another. Yeah, call it trade if it pleases you to do so. Well, nothing pleases me unless it happens to be true. But tell me, what benefit do the gods derive from giving the gifts they obtain from us? What they give to us is obvious to everyone, for anything good that we have they have given to us. But how are they benefited by what they obtain from us? or do we gain such an advantage over them from the trading that we get all good things from them, while they get nothing from us? But Socrates, do you think the gods derive benefit from what they obtain from us? But Euthyphro, what exactly would these gifts we bestow upon the gods be? What else do you think except honor, reverence, and, as I said earlier, gratification? So the holy is gratifying to the gods, Euthyphro, but it is not beneficial to them, or loved by them. I really think it is the most beloved thing of all. So once again, it seems that what is holy is loved by the gods. Very much so. And once again, and once you say this, will you be surprised then to find out that our propositions are inconstant and go walking? And will you accuse me of being Daedalus, who makes them walk? And when you yourself are far more skilled than Daedalus, can make them go around in a circle? And can you not see that from our argument has gone around in a circle and arrived back in the same place? For I presume you remember that in our previous discussion, it was evident to us that what is holy, what is God-loved, are not the same, but differ from one another. Or do you not remember? I do. Well, do you not realize? Do you not realize now what you are saying, that what is loved by the gods is holy, but what happens to not be God-loved, but this happens to be God, blah. Well, do you not realize now that what you are saying, what is loved by the gods is holy, but this happens to not be God-loved, does it not? Certainly. In that case, either our earlier agreement was incorrect, or if we are right then, we are wrong now. So it seems. Then we must consider what holiness is once more from the beginning, since I am not willing to give up until I have learned this. But please do not be contemptuous toward me. Just give me your fullest attention in every way, and tell me the truth now. For you know the truth if any man knows it, just like Proteus. Are you not to be let go until you are not going to be let go until you tell me? For if you did not know the full well what is holy and also what is unholy, there's no possibility that you have ever that you would have that blah blah blah. I'm trying here. Oh, that's a funny pun. Classics professor took his torn slacks to the tailor to get appraised. The tailor saw he was a classics professor and asked, "Euripides?" And the professor answered, "Yes." "Eumenides?" I love that. Emun. Beginner's course. We're not even getting to materialism yet. We're literally just reading. Gotta let the people know. We're reading. We're having fun. We're doing it. Okay, we continue. For if you did not know full well what is holy and also what is unholy, there is no possibility that you would ever have undertaken to prosecute an old man, your own father, for murder on behalf of a day laborer. No, you would have feared the gods too much to take the risk that you might be acting improperly, and you would have been ashamed before your fellow men too. But now I am quite aware that you think you know fully well what is holy and what is not. So tell me, excellent Euthyphro, please do not hide what you think it is, that being what is holy and what is unholy. Well, some other time, Socrates, for I'm rushing somewhere else now, and it's time for me to go. Where are you going, my friend? You're leaving, casting me down from a great hope I had. Having learned what is holy and what is not from you, I would escape the charge of Meletus by showing him that through Euthyphro I had now become wise in divine matters, and that I no longer make rash pronouncements and innovations about them because of my ignorance, and that I would live a better life in all other respects from now on. And it ends there. We did it! Yay! Yippee! We did it! Literally just Euthyphro being like, sorry, I'll tell you some other time. I totally have a definition for this. Bye. Euthyphro. Hope you liked it, everyone. We did it! We finished the text! We did it! Gotta refuse your mentality, homeboy. Yippee, yippee, woo! I'm enjoying voicing Euthyphro, but too much, probably. Where can I hear more of Euthyphro's takes? Literally nowhere. Beautiful idea until it's lunchtime. Whoa! I did not read those comments until just now. Thank you for taking care of that. It's just me. Who I won't say your name. Wow. Terrifying. Meno said, yeah! Yippee! Woohoo! YouTube is schizo Jesus, lol. Yeah, no, that was like really wild. I'm glad I didn't notice it at the time. It probably would have taken me out of the zone. But I missed a lot of chat actually while I was reading. We got it done. Yeah, we got Euthyphro done. What did you guys think? What did you think of the rage baiting? It wasn't really rage baiting, was it? It was just like, but I'm so ignorant. Please tell me, Euthyphro. And Euthyphro's just like, yeah, it's this. Wait, no, actually it's this. Wait, no, actually it's this. Wait, no, actually it's... I'll tell you some other time. Bye, Socrates. And then dips out.
What happened to the debate that you had with P.F. Young?
Oh, snap. Thank you, Daniel, for the 20 doubloons. Technically, it's up. Still on Twitch, I believe, but also there's a version of it coming out that is shorter because there were a lot of technical issues. That's coming out on the channel. So if you want to wait around for that, I would suggest it because the other one, it might be lengthy and also doesn't hit the points as well. Heard that. Euthyphro's questions were cutting to the core of the ideas. I mean, do you mean Socrates' questions? Well, we still never got an answer to what is holy and what is not, despite him being a diviner priest. If I was in charge of doing sacrifices and you called it trading with the gods, I might be rage baited, actually. True. I love it. Euthyphro all but concludes at the end by going, fuck, I'm owned. And he just, yeah, well, he doesn't even say that. He's just like, I'll just tell you some other time. Bye! Like, literally, well, some other time, Socrates. I am rushing somewhere else now. And it is time for me to go. Like, and it just ends. Socrates is like, but wait, I need you to tell me what holiness and unholiness are. And he's like, dips. Oh, gotta love. Bye, Euthyphro. Bye, Euthyphro. Hey, he won't be missed. And the accent might be missed, and maybe reused, actually. Yeah, sure, I can explain. I just, have some other shit I have to do. Stavros Halkias. So true. Is that from, Come Town? I fucking love Stavi. I think he's so funny. Truly. If there was a dude that I would want to, like, hang out with and totally probably have something parasocial in the sense of, like, I think he would be a really cool friend, probably Stavros Halkias. Just like the Duke is so preemptive by my Duke. Yes, Stav was being asked to explain Sharia law. No way! That's so funny. Crazy. I haven't seen that. But yeah, no. I think we might have witnessed some rage baiting. Ooh! Thank you for the 100 bits, Bueno. Thank you. We did it! Yeah! And honestly, okay, so we have the 5 main dialogues that people usually do in Philosophy 101, which is Euthyphro, Apology, Euthyphro, Apology, Crito, Meno, and Phaedo. And we're doing all of those. Welcome to the next few streams, baby! We're doing all of them. But those will give you, like, if you are new to philosophy, or even if you're not new to philosophy and you just want, like, a little refresher. That's what this is for. That's what we're here for, baby. So I hope that you enjoyed that, because I mean I enjoy acting it out, especially Socrates being just like a little shit. And mind you, he's like an ugly old man too. It's like when he started gaining popularity with the youths, he was like 45, but he looked like so his father died, leaving him with an estate. And he kind of just looked like some crusty old man. His friends would make fun of him for, like, not bathing and shit. He had only one piece of clothing, like a cloak. And he would walk around barefoot. So, like, and he's, like, he's got, like, a pot belly, too. And, like, I don't know. They said something was wrong with his nose. Still just a theater kid. Anitropic? I never stopped being a theater kid. With them waist ute. Yeah, exactly. The true Torontonian way of referring to them. But alas, I hope that you all enjoyed such a performance, because it's time for me to fucking go.